Bingo. 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 Everybody's got a screenshot, got a clip, got a thread. Half the internet is arguing about a thing they never read. Agree with one sentence, now they say you join the team. One nod becomes a manifesto in the outrage machine. A joke flies over 20 heads, nobody gets the bit. A million words on what was said, but not on what was meant. Price a question at a Bitcoin just to make the timeline scream. By sunrise people write essays on a joke and call it deep. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name. Mean machine. Everybody knows what you mean. Mean machine. Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done and they consume another stream from the mean machine. Mean machine. Professional debaters with their polished little lines, walk in like they're champions, walk out revising slides. Talk a lot about the scoreboard, talk a lot about the win. Funny how the experts keep forgetting what they're in. Some are busy measuring whose platform's standing tall, talking like they're giants while they're staring at the wall. Numbers don't do theology, but numbers don't pretend. Funny how the small account keeps outperforming them. They're counting every word, they're hunting every frame, but somehow every week they're saying your name. Mean machine. Everybody knows what you mean. Mean machine. Breaking every comfortable scene. They say you're wrong, they say you're rude. They say they're done, then they consume another stream from the mean machine. Why debate the man when you can debate his friend? Why face the source when a substitute will do instead? Everybody's brave when the target's not around. Everybody's loud when the room is friendly ground. Circle after circle, panel after panel spins, talking all about the man instead of talking to him. Mean machine. Everybody knows what you mean. Mean machine. Living rent-free in the feed. Take a joke and make a war. Take one sentence, make it more. Every week it's the same routine. Mean machine. Love him, hate him, watch the scene. They keep saying they're moving on, but they're still watching the mean machine. Same old outrage, different week. Same old critics, same critique. Everybody wants the crown, but the mean machine is still around.
Today we're going to be reacting to
Jay Dyer is your cult leader. I promise you, if this is your pope, if this is your king, this is not going to end well for you guys.
I am the Pope of the future.
The future.
The tyrannical Reiner, tyrannical Reiner.
I am the Pope of the future. Blizzgod Industries profits look major. Ortho bros dangerous, label us later. Call me a pope, yeah, I'll take that title while you sell excess like a paper trial.
I am the Pope of the future.
The future.
The tyrannical Reiner, tyrannical Reiner. I am the Pope of the future.
Living inside a Walmart. Debate, wait, got a price on the line. $99.99 just to get some time. Ruslan rapping, but the flow so funny. Every bar sound like
send more money. I am the Pope of the future.
the future.
The tyrannical Reiner, tyrannical
living inside a Walmart. I'm the big meanie they all wanna run. Call me a villain, but I'm having fun. You invite an old man dressed like a baby, then act surprised when it all gets crazy. Jamie, where's my ginger chew? These goobers are so salty.
I am the Pope of the future.
The future.
The tyrannical reigner, tyrannical reign. I am the Pope of the future.
Living inside a Walmart. And that Trent guy.
Yeah, he play it safe.
Don't wanna cuss. Think he'll burn in the flame. Oh wait, hold up. I remember the rule. I'm the Pope of the future. I write the rules.
The future's calling me. It's my destiny.
Broccoli hair shouting, but he can't stop me.
I'm the Pope of the future. Just wait and see.
It's me. Hear the haters sing.
Let the BTC all ring.
If the whole world's mad, then that's fine with me.
I'm the Pope of the future.
Bow to the wigs and tea, I'm emperor.
I am the Pope of the future.
The future.
The tyrannical reigner, tyrannical reign. I am the Pope of the future.
Need a triple espresso after this.
I the Pope of the future.
Mood dude.
Unmute dude.
I got a weaponized philosophy, a first principle monopoly. I can crush every worldview known without ever leaving my throne. Atheists fall, Mormons too, Muslims, Hindus, I see right through. Every system's gonna break the second that I decide to wake. You came with questions, I came with power. You brought 5 minutes, I brought a 4-hour.
Unmute dude. You waited 3 hours just to freeze and stare.
The second that I click your name, it's dead air everywhere.
Unmute dude.
You came to debate, but you'd rather run. The moment that the questions start, suddenly you're done.
Unmute dude.
You don't wanna debate, you just came to vent
Tell me I'm a really mean guy.
and judge my intent,
Unmute dude.
or I boot you. Why would I use your standard? The room goes silent again. Everybody had a speech prepared. Nobody brought an argument. Watch one clip, skip the book, and now we're here to save the day. Everybody's got a hot new take that they learned on X today.
Unmute dude. You waited 3 hours just to freeze and stare.
The second that I click your name, it's dead air everywhere.
Unmute dude. You came to debate,
But you'd rather run. The moment that the question starts, suddenly you're done.
Unmute dude.
Answer the question.
Alright.
Boot you. You said I never read these books, pointing at the wall behind my head. Brother, half these pages are marked up with notes in black and red. You say I sound a little heated, like I never talk normally. Brother, you got the internet and still showed up unprepared to speak to me.
The engine is starting up. Three, two, one.
Moment, space, pose.
Let's create lives.
space-wise. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good.
Moment space-wise. Moment space-wise. Basement, basement, basement. Basement, basement, basement. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Moment space-wise. Moment space-wise. Lord Cola.
I would like to have intimacies with you.
On the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Moment space-wise.
Let's create
Moment space-wise. God the Father has a body. It's a very tone body.
He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. He looks good. Good, 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 good. Space. Sex. Space. Sex.
Space. Space. Moment space-wise. Moment space-wise.
I'm here at the
Moment space-wise.
Moment space-wise.
Moment space-wise.
Let's create space.
It's hard.
Oh yeah! There's only one thing that can bring this world together, and that begins with you. The word begins with you, not you. I'm gonna tell you what word it is. Usury! On the dance floor! Get the hell up! Bankers, get on the floor! Bankers, make the people poor! Bankers, get more paid! Bankers, get more paid! Get more paid! I wanna see your ass poor! CEOs, yeah, I'm talking to you. Get more hoes, get more paid, get more votes, get more laid. I wanna see the CEOs ruining lives to the beat. Ruin those lives in 141 BPMs. Oh yeah! What's up? Welcome everybody. It's time to get into it. Once again, we're gonna have to learn the lessons the hard way. If you would hit like and share. We're going to be talking about a lot of interesting things. I'm thinking about the main problems, addressing the main problems. Get more paid, get more boats, get more laid. We want to see these CEOs and bankers and plutocrats ruining lives at 140 BPM. Oh, yeah. And I also wanted to show you that some people thought that I was not as beautiful as I once was, and that is false. Tell me I don't look like I'm about 25, maybe 22. If I get rid of the mustache, yo, I'm like straight chatting, dog. Ain't no ambiguity about my age. Everybody know I'm 25. Welcome, everybody. Still Chad Maxon. We're going to talk about one of the main problems, which is women preachers, women leaders, women's leaders conferences, bad bitches. She a bad bitch. Boss babes. All of that is what we're talking about today. I was again reminded in my last rant stream of the problem with the radical Reformation and the fact that the classical Reformation is done. It's gone. Nobody cares what Martin Luther wrote. Nobody cares about what John Calvin wrote. That's all gone, dude. The Protestant Reformation seminaries and universities were pretty much taken over the mainline Protestants in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. That's why, for example, we saw the Methodists in our last live stream were championing the fact that 50 years ago, they were beginning to ordain women. In other words, they were proud of the fact that their apostasy was way ahead of the game. They were ordaining women before everybody, sort of. But really, they were just in a long train of weirdos. Come on, ride a train of weirdos. Woo, woo. Come on, ride a train of weirdos. Woo, woo. It's a choo-choo train of weirdos. Going all the way back to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century butt buddies. Who am I talking about? Talking about your boy Montanus. Let's rehearse this because nobody gets this. Montanus was the early church so-called prophet. All right, this sucks. Maybe Britannica would be better. I don't know. Let's see. So Montanus was a schismatic, and he believed that he was a prophet. He believed that he had them Holy Ghost powers that could speak through him. He relied on his direct existential supposed feelings and experiences. And for him, that was confirmation that he was a prophet. In fact, God told him to ordain a couple women, Priscilla and Maximilla, probably his side pieces. I don't know. But usually when this stuff's going on, it's something else like that going on. You know what I'm saying? And they decided that they were the continuation of the real Pentecost, the real Holy Ghost movement, right? Now, this is very early. This is 2nd century. And the response of the existing Orthodox Catholic Church was to reject Montanus. Why was Montanus rejected? Multiple reasons, but primarily because his belief in ongoing public revelation was quite clearly a deviation. In other words, the church had already noticed that we don't really need the office of an ongoing prophet. As we know from Luke 16:16, the verse that the Mormons had to alter in the Joseph Smith translation, Jesus says that John the Baptist was the last of the prophets. And that means that the New Testament era, a so-called prophet, is something a little bit different than the Old Testament office of a prophet. Why? Well, for one, the Old Testament prophets were all looking forward to the culmination of divine revelation in the Messiah and the Logos. Hebrews 1 says that God in the past spoke in many ways through the fathers and through the prophets, but in these last days, he's spoken through his Son. Thus, by extension, the apostles in the first generation of those that he ordained would be the final speakers in terms of public divine revelation. That doesn't mean there can't be private clairvoyance with a saint or an elder. It doesn't mean that there can't be miracles, exorcism, that kind of stuff. But new public dogmatic revelations, they're done when John the apostle passes away. He was the last one to pass away. So not everything, for example, that we see in the book of Acts is going to be normative for the rest of the period of the church. Let me give you an example, because a lot of Protestants and evangelicals, they will immediately assume that, well, anything happening in the Gospels, anything happening in the book of Acts is perpetually and for all eternity normative for the history of the church. That's ludicrous. First of all, in the first 10 chapters of Acts, we don't have a lot of Gentile converts yet. Thus, Acts 15 is a decision about how to receive converts, and the church has the authority from Christ, given that the apostles are the appointed representatives and mouthpieces of Christ. They have the authority to establish a council and to establish a ruling on this controversial matter in the church. Namely, do the Gentiles need to be circumcised? Do they need to keep various aspects of Mosaic law? As we know, the decision is that if Noah could be righteous before God, before the Mosaic law, then there need not be any greater requirements beyond the basic principles of the moral law, and baptism replaces circumcision. So no, Gentiles do not need to be circumcised to be right with God, and they do not need to enact some attempt to keep the Mosaic law, which is really impossible anyway, because the Mosaic law was intended for the land of Israel and the people living in the land of Israel. It's literally impossible without a temple, etc., to keep the Mosaic law. So it doesn't even make any sense post 70 AD. Thus, usually you'll find that these types of restoration movements, and you could count the Radical Reformation as one of these, their whole ethos is really positioned against historic Christianity, to be a restoration to some amorphous, arbitrary first, second, third era, right? Century era. Now, they're not consistent because we never know exactly why it's supposed to be, oh, it's the year 224. That is exactly when the church apostatized. Oh, it's the year 325. Nicaea is when Constantine took over. They're all over the place as to when the blackout happened. We all recall my story I've told many times of Paul Washer, the famous Calvinist preacher, telling me many years ago when he kicked me out of a church where he was having open Q&A, that it was a blackout, Jay. It was a blackout. The church blacked out. So essentially the same as Mormons, the same as, even though Pentecostals and charismatics might admit there were true believers in every century and there was no blackout, it's the same basic idea that at some point there's a massive departure or apostasy from, quote, the church. We think, for example, at the Mormon website, when we go to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, one of the first things that you'll come upon at their website is this article, The Great Apostasy, right? And we read, for example, it says, following the death of Jesus, wicked people, including, killed many of the church. The apostles were martyred, but the church no longer was led by priests. I don't know where they get this idea, but this is why they have their restored Mormon priesthood, right? Error came in. Good people and much truth remained, but the gospel was lost. Look at this. The gospel was lost. This is the great apostasy. Now, the Mormons get this because of the fact that there's the passage where Paul talks about in the last days there will be a great apostasy, right, in 2 Thessalonians. So they arbitrarily say, well, this happened right after the apostles. Okay, well, Paul doesn't say that this was going to happen right after the apostles. He does warn that false shepherds would come into the church in various places in his epistles. But in the context, he's talking, for example, about the Judaizers who want to impose extra legal prescriptions on the Gentiles to be saved, or people who wanted to teach Gnosticism or full preterism like Hymenaeus and Philetus, who taught that the resurrection has already happened. There's no more bodily resurrection. All these things are examples of what Paul lists. At the very end of Timothy, he says, right, there will be false teachers teaching the gnosis, right, talking about the Gnostics. So Paul predicts the rise of the Gnostics at the end of his letter to Timothy. So we notice this pattern amongst so many of these cults, false religions, false teachers, is that they do creep into the church. But remember, we were promised in multiple places, not least of which is the Roman Catholics' favorite passage, Matthew 16, that Jesus said that there would never be a destruction of his kingdom of the church that would be established. Okay, so let's look at Matthew 16, and we read, Jesus said to Simon Peter, "You are the rock, and I will build my church upon you." Or he says, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock." It really doesn't matter how you interpret it. The church fathers interpret it both ways, although the majority interpretation of the church fathers is not that Peter himself is the rock. But even if there's a play on the names, there's nothing unorthodox about necessarily saying that Peter is the rock. "I will give you the keys of the kingdom. Whatever you bind will be bound. Whatever you loose shall be loosed," right? And then we read 2 chapters later, the exact same thing is said to the entire college of the apostles, right? And this is why we would say that this doesn't really make sense to say that this is in some way the sole prerogative of Peter, right? And the idea that this is the sole prerogative of Peter in the Roman Catholic conception obviously evolves over many centuries because, for example, as everyone knows, there's 3 Petrine sees: Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch. And so if the promise to the Petrine sees is Matthew 16, that Peter's the rock, well, then there's 3 rocks, right? And then the Roman Catholics have to say, oh, no, it's just Rome. Why? Because Peter died there. Okay, so what? How does dying there mean that the promise isn't to all the Petrine sees, it's only to Rome? So you see, they shoot themselves in the foot when they admit that it's the Petrine see, and then they don't realize that Alexandria and Antioch are also Petrine apostolic succession. Peter alone didn't get the keys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because the office of the keys in Roman Catholic exegesis is preaching the gospel, administering the sacraments, and administering jurisdiction. Those are the 3 elements of what it is to have the keys. So guess what? That's exactly what Matthew 18:18 says. Binding and loosing, that is the office of the keys. And it's the whole college of the apostles. So you're wrong, Mark. It is not only that Peter has the keys. They all exercise jurisdiction, which is the office of the keys. And by the way, even if you think that only Peter has the keys, that still refutes your own argument, because Alexandria and Antioch are Petrine, and by that line of argument, they would also have the keys. Do you not understand this? Anyway, we're not here to debate this key stuff. We've been through that a million times for 10 years. I'm not rehearsing all that. But we also know in Matthew, in the gospel, right, Jesus appoints the apostles, and he says, "He who hears you hears me." So the apostles are the successors to Christ. And when we read the Pauline epistles, especially to Timothy, Paul appoints Timothy to be his successor in Ephesus and no one else. And then he instructs Timothy to lay hands on other men who have heard the entire apostolic deposit from Paul, including the oral teaching, because he taught for 3 years, day and night in Ephesus in Acts 20. That means that the entire apostolic deposit that Paul gave to Timothy for 3 years, not just letters and writing, but also oral catechesis and preaching and teaching, all of that is to be handed on to the next generation of a good successor in Ephesus. That's apostolic succession. And none of the Protestant churches teach that there's a giving of the Holy Spirit in the laying on of hands. They teach doctrinal succession. Redeem Zoomer, right? Doctrinal succession. It's not doctrinal succession alone. It's also appointed successors. Hence why in Numbers 11, you have the same principle of the laying on of hands, and the Spirit passes from Moses to those that he lays hands on. So, to get back to this point, though, then about how impossible it would be, remember that Jesus says in John, in the high priestly chapters in the book of John, he says that I will be with you until the end of the age. I will never leave you or forsake you. My spirit will be with you. He will lead you and guide you into all truth, talking about the Holy Spirit. Thus, we have this perpetual promise that the institutional public Orthodox Catholic Church, which is the only thing that could fulfill all those Old Testament prophecies about the Gentile nations coming into the church, right? Think about dozens and dozens of those in Isaiah, in Jeremiah, in the Psalms, all the way back to Genesis, right? Genesis 12, 15, 17, 22. All the nations and tribes of the earth will be blessed in your seed. Okay, that's fulfilled when the Messiah comes and the Gentile nations begin to come into the covenant, Romans 11. Thus, it's utterly impossible to think that the visible, confessional, public Orthodox Catholic Church could fall away and that the gospel could be lost. And this is precisely what we have, for example, with the Mormons. But remember, this is a trait that's going to be shared with all of the Pentecostal charismatic sects. They're all going to basically argue that even though maybe the gospel teaching in its basics, quote unquote, whatever that is, wasn't lost, the power of the church was lost. The church became rigid and ritualistic, and it had liturgy, and it wasn't flopping around on the floor and acting retarded, which is supposed to be the power of the Spirit in the mind of the charismatics. Well, again, guess what? As with most heresies, there's already an early church analog, pretty much across the board. Whether it's the Jehovah's Witnesses, they just happen to be another version of the ancient Arian heresy. Whether it's the Calvinists, they just happen to be another version of Nestorianism most of the time. Whether it's the Pentecostal charismatics, they just happen to be the Montanists all over again. So if you're an Orthodox Catholic Christian, then you have a massive advantage because pretty much every sect and every weird group is already dealt with. Remember, if you're a Protestant, via the logic of the Reformation, every generation has to reinvent the wheel and rediscover and redefine and redefend every basic doctrine. That's why I want to come back to this major point that the more I think about it, this is actually what we're having to deal with the Protestant ecumenist world, with the Gavin Ortlands, with the Ruslames, all of these people. The root error with all of them is essentially there is no historical church that's definable or that has normative authority, and thus they must be ecumenistic. Now think about this. So it's ultimately ecumenism is the root of this. And ecumenism is ultimately, I mean, technically you could argue that it comes out of the Renaissance era of the papacy, particularly Pico della Mirandola and the Renaissance popes, the Borgias, etc., the Medicis, that were very favorable towards Neoplatonic perennialism and Neoplatonic magic. I think Michael Hoffman demonstrates that in his book, Occult Renaissance Church of Rome. You can also see that demonstrated in God History Dialectic, Volume 2. But setting aside the papal stuff, in terms of the modern Protestant West, because technically, yes, the papacy continued to, at least until Pius XI, reject ecumenism. Technically, we're going to set that aside. We're going to focus on the Protestant side of it, because I noticed this. So it's actually necessary and essential to the Protestant evangelical approach. They have to be ecumenist. Because if they gave up this ecclesial relativism, the whole thing would fall apart. All right, I'm looking for this. I put up a tweet that was my thought. Yeah, here it is right here. If you ask a Protestant, what's the public objective dogma or dogmas that demarcate the true church versus the false church, every one of them will give you a different answer, thus showing that there's not any public objective criteria for demarcating these groups. Now, I know that if we ask any of these people, if we ask God Logic, if we ask IP, if we ask Ruslan, they're all going to say, whoever teaches the word, whoever teaches basic Christianity. Okay, that's exactly the point, though. What is basic Christianity? Who defines it? Where is it listed? Because there's not a creed for them. And they can't just say, well, the Nicene Creed, because every other Protestant can just say, no, the Nicene Creed was already the apostasy, you see. And here's the problem with saying the basic Christian teachings, some generic nonsense like this. Does that mean that women preachers and women pastors can also be true churches? Think about that. Now, most of the online pop apologetics, anti-Islamianity sphere will probably say, I don't know that we should have women preachers. Although I think maybe one or two of them have said that they are open to that. I'm going from memory here. I forget. I can't remember if it was IP or if it was Cameron. One of those goobers said that. At some point, maybe they've changed their position. I don't know. But so this is what I'm getting to is like, once you say that there's not an actual historic single body that is the true church, and it's all the true believers teaching the word and basic Christianity, we've now opened up the floodgates and the possibility for the radical Reformation to step in and say, yes, we agree. And basic Christianity cannot include a historic normative authority, right? Do you get what I'm saying here? In other words, the next logical step from God Logic, IP, and all their positions is to say, yes, the church is now going to be restored because it was lost, you see. In other words, there's nothing that can solidify or fix you in the ecclesial relativism position that they have that doesn't logically lead you to say, well, maybe the church did die. Because once you start going to the scriptures to try to prove, if you're God, Logic, or IP against a radical reformer, that the church didn't die, oh, so wait a minute. Now are you saying that an actual historical church is part of the necessary dogmas? Are you beginning to say then that not having women priests and pastors is a necessary dogma? Do you see how silly this is? What if God Logic comes to the conclusion that not having women priests and pastors is a necessary dogma, but IP comes to the conclusion that it's not a necessary dogma. It's just Trinity and incarnation. And then Ruslan says, no, it's also justification by faith. And then Gavin Ortland says, no, it's just justification by faith alone. So do you see how absurd, how arbitrary, nonsensical, not consistent? There's no benchmark for epistemic criteria here. How do we know what's the thing we look to that tells us the basic dogmas? Because the Bible doesn't list the basic dogmas. The Bible is a gigantic, multi-thousand page, super difficult book. And think how absurd it is to think that God just handed this to everybody to figure out on their own, but didn't think about establishing a normative historical authority. Now, we're all making fun of Redeemed Zoomer, which makes sense. But at least Redeemed Zoomer is grappling with the problem of normative authority. Now, his answer is to go in a completely dumb direction and say the true authoritative magisterium is the Protestant church. But at least he's trying to grapple with that problem. The rest of them aren't even grappling with it. Whether it's Ortland or IP or Ruslan or God Logic, they have just decided to opt out, and they know that they can just rely on their uneducated, goober Muslim convert audience that don't know anything and don't care about history and are never going to read a single church history book. They're never going to read Pelican. They're not going to read anything. They're just going to emote online and feel like they've done their religious duty by virtue signaling, piety signaling against the Orthodox. Now, this opens the gate, I am arguing, to having women pastors and women priests and deacons and bishops. And by the way, once you do that, there's no reason why it can't be trans. And I'm not joking. We know, for example, didn't the Anglicans or Episcopal, somebody is ordained a trans bishop, I think. And there's no reason why you couldn't, given the logic of this process of no normativity and no historic church and restoration. So essentially, all forms of restorationism must be rejected on the basis of ecclesiology itself. And let's ask these people, where did you get the idea that what's necessary to be a Christian is only, quote, basic doctrines? And who says that? Where does that come from? Where does the Bible tell you that there's two basic doctrines? Just believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and confess with your mouth and you shall be saved. So Mormon Jesus? Can I believe and just confess Mormon Jesus? Joel Osteen Jesus? What about the Jesus that's preached by the lesbian pastors at gay church? Does that count too? Do you see how this doesn't make any sense? So the reason that they don't want to deal with these issues is not because Jay's mean. It would mean that the whole thing's over, dude. The whole Protestant evangelical thing is collapsing and will collapse the exact same way that Dawa online collapsed. The internet was the worst thing that could happen to the Dawa people because people were able to see in live time basic contradictory claims. Guess what? It's not going to be any better for the Protestants. And the Protestant evangelicals, the way that they act, the way that they demonstrate their thinking about all this is literally no different than the Muslims that they just converted. The low IQ anti-Islamianity people that are converting the Muslims are just making them Protestant Muslims. Literally. Again, so there's a Roman Catholic dude who's mad in the chat. Do you not understand that you don't get to automatically, arbitrarily decide who the church is? Does nobody think to look to the church to see who's in and out of the church? Everybody just thinks it's their own individual purview. Oh, I'll decide. I'll read the Bible. I like my ortho friends, and so even though if I'm Roman Catholic, my ortho friends are cool, so they count. It's not a popularity contest. It doesn't matter how many right things you say on the internet. None of that has anything to do with whether or not that's the public criteria for determining who's in and who's out. And there's a very simple approach to, let's look at the first 1,000 years of Christianity. Who did they consider inside and outside? Now, Protestants are automatically not going to care because they don't think that the first 1,000 years of Christianity was Orthodox Catholic. But when they find out that it was, they immediately have to do one of two things. They have to deny it and become a radical reformer and say that the church died, or they have to say, well, I'm going to proof text through the church fathers to find the ones that are proto-Protestant or Protestant. And it's only a matter of time, because I did all this. I did the same thing. I was never a radical reformer, but I did the same thing when I was Protestant and beginning to question Protestantism. Reading the church fathers, I'm like, they believe in apostolic succession. They believe in the real presence. They believe in liturgical worship. They believe in saints, relics. I guess the first thing I can try to do is quote mine them to make them sound Protestant. And everybody does that, right? So you go to Anglicans and you go to Anglican writers. I remember reading Peter Toon, and I remember reading Bishop Usher. I remember reading, I wasn't Anglican. I was just looking for kind of like possible middle grounds, right? Anyway, none of that works because, to get back to Montanus, we have this already decided rejection of the idea that there's ongoing public divine revelation. And we've been through these texts many times. I've done multiple videos. You can go find my videos where I already covered why there's no new public revelation and how this refutes all cults, sects, and new religious movements, especially any restorationist movements. So we look at Jude, for example. Remember to contend for the faith once for all delivered to the saints. If the faith was not once for all delivered in the first century, at the first advent, and to the apostles, then there could not be a command to contend for a thing that was once for all. It would be ongoing deliverance, you see. But it's not ongoing deliverance. It was once for all delivered. We have the statement in, I think it's Zechariah, is it 12 or 13? And Protestants don't understand this because they don't understand how to interpret the Old Testament through the eyes of the New Testament. So they get all confused over this. But we read that there's a coming day in the Messianic era where people will not prophesy the way that people prophesied in the Old Testament period, right? The way that Enoch and Elijah and, the ascetic prophets, St. John the Baptist, right? John the Baptist is the second Elijah, according to the book of Luke. And so there's a time coming when that will not be the norm. I'm not saying that the church can't have ascetics. I'm not saying that the church can't have people who operate like a prophetic voice, but ongoing public divine revelation like Ezekiel, Elijah, etc., that will not continue. And in fact, if a person attempts to do that in the Messianic age, it will come about that he will be excommunicated from the camp. He will be rejected. Okay, this says he will be rejected by his mother and his father because he claims to be a prophet, even though there will not be prophets during this period. They will be called liars. In fact, I am not a prophet. I am a vine keeper. In other words, the normative approach will be people shepherding the flock, not being ongoing public prophets like Ezekiel and Isaiah. Because public divine revelation will be complete and the faith will be once for all delivered to the saints. And we even know that the next passage is a famous prophecy of the crucifixion of the shepherd, of the Messiah, right? So this is not talking about the end of the world. It's talking about the final advent. Let's look at another passage that these people love to go to. Actually, I was trying to think if I wanted to cover all the passages here because they're all pretty relevant to this, but because a lot of people will approach this passage and they automatically just assume, like the dispensationalists, that, oh, this is about the end of the world. Oh, this is all about the end of the world. It's not all about the end of the world, right? Because I think I should start with Acts because I think that would prove the position stronger than if I was just reading it from Joel. So if you look at at Acts, it says, Peter preaches his sermon. We see the events of Pentecost, right? And Peter explains that, no, these men are not drunk, right? It will come to pass that in the last days, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh. Okay. What do you think Peter's referring to there? Is it talking about the end of the world? No, he's talking about what's just happened in Acts 2, Pentecost, okay? And so Acts 2 is telling you that Joel's prediction of the pouring out of the Holy Spirit is not the end of the world like the Protestant dispensationalist evangelicals. It's a first advent reality that just was fulfilled, okay? The end of the age means the end of the Old Testament Adamic age. Okay, Jesus brought the new age at his first advent. That is the kingdom age, the aeon of the future. The eschatological reality was brought at the first advent. That's why he says what you just saw with these people at Pentecost in Acts 2 is the fulfillment of Joel. So Protestants, evangelicals, in their stupidity, postpone all of this to the end of the world merely because it says the last days. The last days is the first advent. That is the last days. Okay. When did this reign in the kingdom begin? Well, guess what? Peter explains it for you. This begins when he rose up from the dead and sat at the right hand of the Father. That's called the ascension. So when Jesus ascended, that was the beginning of the Davidic kingdom reign. It was not David that ascended into the heavens. And so Psalm 110, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool, begins when Jesus ascended in Acts. That means, again, that you can't postpone all this and have a restorationist heresy. All the restorationist heresies are also intimately then connected to the idea then that the kingdom of God is at the second advent and all of this is postponed. And basically Jesus's first advent was a huge failure, right? Like the Mormons say, the gospel was lost. The church died. It failed. Guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so through Streamlabs. Super chats are done through Streamlabs. This is what undergirds and lies beneath all of these people. This is the root error of all of them. So if we can understand this, if we can get this through to people's thick skulls, we can get rid of some of the major problems in America, including the rise and the dominance of these women running everything. These evangelical, phony boss babe bitches that think that God is calling them to become trad wife boss babes, which doesn't make any sense. How are you a boss babe and a trad wife at the same time? I mean, it's possible to do some media. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm saying this idea that we all need to be looking to these women leaders who don't know anything about anything, especially like some Gen Z woman who has never had any life experience. And we're all supposed to listen to Savannah, what's her name? Savannah Stone, because TPUSA has decided that she's the voice of women conservatism or something. I mean, why? Why is a bunch of deep state evangelicals, TPUSA, deciding that this is the voice of conservative feminism? And that's all it is. Conservative feminism, which doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what it is. Right? Do you understand this is all the same root mistake? The idea that Christianity is I pick up my Bible and I make it what I want it to be. As if it's not a historic religion with a dogmatic statement and a normative authority that defines who's in and who's out and what it is. I mean, let's take TPUSA, for example. If I started TPUSJ and I said, I'm the real TPUSA because I watched the internet and decided that I could start my own evangelical broadcast, they would sue me. They would say, you're ripping off our brand. And I would be like, oh, you mean like how you've just ripped off what actual historic Christianity is, which is not boss bitches? What is the definition of Christianity? I'm going to go to this. It's not my favorite website, but I'm going to go to GoArc just because it popped up here. The Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed is the church's first public definition, and it's from the Second Ecumenical Council. It's not the First Ecumenical Council. That's why it's called Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed, because it's ultimately, it's the Cappadocians that become sort of the capstone of defining exactly what the faith is. Now, Athanasius and the original Nicene Creed were a good start, but Constantinople I further clarifies the role and the life of the Holy Spirit and the doctrine of the church. That's why this is going to be so important, right? So let me move me out of the way for a second here. And you'll notice it says, after we mention, what we would call the basics, and you'll note, by the way, that one of the basics is the monarchia of the Father. Okay, no Protestant churches teach this. And God Logic and IP have simply grifted this and borrowed this, copied and pasted this from the Orthodox Church. You don't get to just take the Orthodox Church's doctrines and, like a buffet, pick and choose the ones that you want. You can't have the monarchia of the Father without the procession of the energies. And you can't have deification in the Eucharist without uncreated energies. That's the teaching of St. Cyril in the Council of Ephesus. Okay? So how are we going to pick and choose out of the creed what we want and don't want? And you'll notice there at the bottom it says, I believe in the Holy Spirit, who with the Father and Son is worshiped and glorified. He proceeds from the Father. Now, every Protestant teaches the Roman Catholic version of the creed with the Filioque. So from the outset, they don't have the creed. They have the altered creed of Rome, the papal creed. And then you'll note that the profession ends with one holy Catholic apostolic. That's the four marks of the church. The church can only and always have unity, sanctity, in that it has sanctified sacraments and it makes people holy and it has saints. It's Catholic in the sense of the fullness of truth and in all the nations. And it's apostolic, meaning it has the apostolic faith through apostolic succession. Now, when you read the Cappadocians who composed the creed, that's the meaning and the sense that they give to it. Constantinople I said in its imperial decree, you have to follow the Cappadocians' understanding of the creed. That means you can't, as a Protestant or as an Anglican, make up new definitions for one holy Catholic and apostolic that fits your presuppositions. You have to conform to the creed's meaning and the composers of the creed's meaning. It says one baptism for forgiveness of sins. That immediately cancels out most Protestants because that's baptismal regeneration. One baptism is not a spiritual baptism divorced from water baptism. It's spirit and water together in one baptism. That's how the Cappadocians and all the church fathers say it. So everybody who rejects this, you're not Christian. And for the first 1,000 years of Christianity, if you reject any one of these positions, it puts you outside the bounds of canonical Christianity. It doesn't matter how sincere you are. It doesn't matter that you're a nice person. It doesn't matter how popular you are on the internet. To deny any of these puts you outside of the bounds of Christianity. How do I know that? Because everybody in the first 1,000 years of the church believed that. They would not consider Arius a Christian. They would not consider Nestorius a Christian. They would not consider Apollinaris a Christian. Anyone who rejected baptismal regeneration, you're not a Christian. You're heterodox. You're outside of the church. And the number one assumption of ecumenism is, and all of these people, is that, yeah, but I got a couple things right. Yeah, but that's not the standard. The standard is not, did you say a couple doctrines right? Because that doesn't work for anybody. Let me give an example. If you're a Protestant and you believe that what it is to be a true Christian is to say the Trinity and the Incarnation. Okay, let's say you're God Logic and you think that, well, you just got to believe in the Trinity and the Incarnation, and that's the basics. Okay, well, what do you say to a Mormon who says, yeah, but I got a lot of other things right? You see that the response that you would have to the Mormon is the same response that I'm going to have to you. Because you're going to say to me, but Jay, I'm still a Christian. Yeah, I go to my dad's evangelical Zionist church, but I'm still a Christian because I believe in the Trinity and the Incarnation. But who gave you the idea that the Christian faith is just assenting to a set of propositions? It's not just assenting to the creed. It's also being a member of this visible body, one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. And so somehow these people have all fallen under the delusion that you can still be a member of it by mentally assenting to it. That's not what makes you a member. If you've not been received into it, you're not a member of it. Yeah, Acts 1:5 doesn't mean that there's no baptism or regeneration. It means that Jesus is talking about Pentecost. Man, you Protestants, man, you guys are so stupid, dude. Just don't even come in the chat anymore. There's no reason for you to be here, man. You guys are just out to lunch, man. Just get out of here. You're not competent, man. You guys are uneducated idiots. And you just sound off on the basis of your emotions and your prelest. And you can't have rational conversations. That's why it's impossible for the call-ins to continue, because you guys can't do it. It's not me. First of all, you don't know how to debate. Okay, debating is not arguing. When you call into my streams, it's not an equal footing. You're not calling in as if we're equals. I've been debating for 20 years. I've debated all the top people out here. So no, you're not in a position of equal footing. It's boot camp. And we always said that. By the way, have you noticed all the whining and bitching about me being mean? Did you see the Orientals? They did the exact same thing. They just started talking about how what a sack of shit Cleve was. You've got deacons out here calling Cleve a big sack of shit. But they were this whole time whining and crying about how mean the orthobros are. That's why we don't take you seriously. That's why you're not worth dealing with. You guys are ridiculous. And they are the worst about acting like an ethnic cult, which is why I called them a brown cult, because that's exactly what they are. They're actually an ethnic cult that has a dual morality where they play victim and whine and cry about racism, and then they turn around and make fun of Craig Trullia's appearance. They turn around and make fun of Cleve's appearance. This is your piety signalers here. They're total hypocrites.
This jabroni, this 5 foot, 175-pound bag of steaming, stinking monkey crap named Cleve. This jabroni.
So you understand that's an Oriental deacon calling Cleve's Antiquity a big piece of shit because Cleve's Antiquity showed that these hypocrites all engage in evangelical, charismatic praise and worship. So once they got called out, what did they do? Immediately go to attacking Cleve's appearance. Oh, I thought you guys were above. Remember when I said that Agan looked like he was INBRED and they all freaked out and had a big emo hissy fit? Everything I've been saying about them is true. And they show themselves to be these massive ass hypocrites. Every one of these Protestants who puts on a nice face for the internet turns around and does 10 times worse than anything that they bitch about. That's why we don't take you serious. It doesn't matter whether you say by the way, I had some evangelical dude in my DMs with a fairly large channel. And I said, you want to come on the channel and have a conversation? We won't have a debate. We can have a conversation. He said, no, I will not come on your channel because you said cuss words. Oh, explain to me how crap is good, but shit is bad. Please give me the logical argument for that. None of them can do it. They just look for some minuscule, stupid way to be better than everybody. And that's why they're the worst. They're absolutely the worst. The Protestant evangelical piety signalers. It's the same as the Muslims. The Muslims do the same thing. So, if you look at the councils and the way that they define the church for the first 7/8/9 ecumenical councils, you'll notice that they consistently refer back to the creed as the defining delineation, the demarcation. The creed is the demarcation between what's at least Christianity and what is not. And it doesn't matter that you get 9 out of 10. Do you not understand that? If you reject, let's say you believe all of these doctrines in the creed, But then you say, but you know what? Not baptismal regeneration. Well, you're out. You're not in the church anymore, because now you've denied the fundamental realities of the sacraments, and you've reduced the sacraments to the Old Testament status of sacraments. So in other words, Baptists and symbolists, when it comes to the Eucharist, they're actually Judaizers. They are removing the power of the sacraments and making them the equivalent of how the sacraments of the Old Testament functioned. Right? Calvinists do the same thing. They might give it a little more, well, the Holy Spirit's there, okay, but it's not the real presence. It's not the body, blood of Christ. It's not the mysteries. It's a rationalizing and reducing the sacraments to the exact same status that they had in the Old Testament, as if baptism is just a symbol, like circumcision was a symbol. No, Paul says the New Testament sacraments are the reality, and the Old Testament sacrament was the type. So every Baptist, every one of these lunatics, is denying the power of the sacraments. And that's why you can't be part of the visible structure of the church. Think how insane it is that Doug Wilson created a denomination, a man-made denomination, that allows you to have a Baptist view of the sacraments and a high church Anglican view of the sacraments. In other words, within one Protestant sect, you can have paedo communion, and the next guy is denying his children paedo communion because it's not a real sacrament anyway. This is lunacy. This alone cancels all of those groups. That's why they're so mad about us. That's what they're having to do a conference to combat orthodoxy, is because they're realizing their young men and young people are leaving their sects for literally what's in the Nicene Creed. So they're all restorationist movements, all of them, even if they're not technically the church died and the gospel died restorationists. They're all restorationists in that some man came along and said, the historic church failed. I'm going to fix it. Follow me. I'm super spiritual. And I'm super awesome Jewish lawyer like John Calvin, or I'm super awesome drunk monk Martin Luther, or I'm a super awesome Zwingli radical reformer guy, or I'm super awesome boss babe bitch Ann Lee, and I'm shaking and quaking because I'm a Quaker and also don't have sex, and I'm the incarnation of the Holy Spirit and Virgin Mary. I mean, just crazy shit. It just opens the door for every lunatic to claim to have had visions, dreams, prophecies, and self-appointed gibberish, self-appointed sectarianism. Yeah, I don't care if the Orientals seethe. Cleve has exposed that these people are all basically wannabe evangelicals anyway. You know, most of the Orientals are all ecumenists. And the only people that they're not ecumenists with are Orthodox. Orientals will link up with evangelicals and Roman Catholics to do anything to attack Orthodox. They'll do charismatic worship and praise. Oh, but the Orthodox are the only ones that are still the Nestorian heretics. This alone shows you that they're ridiculous. And so it's actually, look, when I was debating all the Muslims, it was actually a disservice to treat the Muslims like they were these high-tier metaphysicians, right? Because 99% of Muslims that leave Islam, they convert because Muhammad was a creeper. They don't convert because of some crazy Muslim metaphysics falling apart. Well, guess what? The OO, they're just as dumb as the Muslims. They're basically the Christian Muslims as well. And so they don't end up converting because of some Christology, which they can't even understand. They end up converting because, oh, we do circumcision. Oh, we have sorcerers called, Debtas or whatever. Oh, we do evangelical praise and worship. We're basically just evangelicals. That's why they end up converting. So it's almost a disservice really to treat a lot of these groups as if they're like these high tier, oh, we must go into the history of the nuance of John Calvin's view of eternal generation, and did he actually say that the Son was ase? Dude, 99.9% of Protestants don't even know what you're talking about. You're already talking like, Hebrew to these people. They don't know what you're talking about. You're already doing, algorithmic rocket science. You're talking to people who think that Jesus is telling them to go shout Shakta Labiki Yoku in the streets. You're talking to actually like uneducated, like zealots who don't know anything. You're talking to people that were cousin married. Exactly. So it's actually a disservice to, and by the way, when it comes to debates, I've decided that, again, to reiterate for like the fifth time. Yeah. If David Wood does one debate with Erhan or Alex Soren or Kai, then yeah, I'm absolutely happy to debate him. And that's not an unreasonable request. He's never debated any Orthodox. He just learned about Orthodoxy a few weeks ago. That's not an outlandish request to ask that he debate one ortho bro first. And if he does okay, who defines what does okay? Well, let's take JP's debate. I told you it wasn't worth my time to debate JP. So he debated Alex. There's not one comment. I scrolled through hundreds of comments. There was not one comment that said JP did well in that debate. And everybody knows he got blowed out. So I'm not actually asking for some crazy high criterion for David Wood. If David Wood can't do any better than JP Uncut against one of the ortho bros, then why would I waste my time debating David Wood? And a lot of these people you guys are really, do you understand that? Like, I've been reading and studying Orthodox theology since 2007 and the church fathers since 2001. You're not going to be able to handle these concepts and these topics adequately. I don't care who you are when you just learned about them like a few months ago or 3 weeks ago. You cannot do a chat GPT, give me the best response to Orthodox iconography, and then actually think it's not going to work. This is not new, dude. I've been doing this stuff for a long time. So I don't see why that was even any kind of a outlandish, crazy request. And another thing I'll say too about the debates is there's no reason why none of these people couldn't have done a formal debate, unless it's just because they're scared, which is what it is. But for example, your bad debate behavior. Okay, which formal debates did I behave bad in? So they're not even talking about formal debates when they say that. They're talking about the low tier goobers that call in that get muted because they just yell and scream and have meltdowns and crash out because they don't know what a debate is. But guess what? That's informal call-ins to my show. So yeah, I'm going to mute you and shut you up when you're acting like a retard. Of course. That's not for you to call in on an equal footing. Nobody knows who you are. In a formal debate, though, it is not always wrong to call somebody an idiot. It's not always wrong to say, yeah, but you're retarded. That's part of rhetoric. That's why I keep reiterating David Wood, God Logic, IP, Wes Huff, James White, they all do parachurch apologetics. And the easy way to undercut all this is to again point out, where in the first 1,000 years of Christianity is there a parachurch apologist? And you can't say Origen, because Origen was originally part of the church. You can't say St. Justin Martyr. He was in the church, you dummy. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist. There are no parachurch ministries because that literally could only exist in a post-Protestant world. So what are we beginning to notice? Protestantism is a feminist psyop. Why? Precisely because it's a return to the ancient heresy of Montanism, which was a form of restorationism, which was a form of charismatic Pentecostalism. And even if you were to say some of the Protestant reformers, let's say Calvin or Luther, you could say, well, I'm a Protestant, I'm a classical Protestant, and Calvin and Luther weren't charismatics. You can't lump us in with them. Oh, really? Every one of them argued that the Holy Spirit was guiding them to reform the church via the Bible. So even those guys are, in a way, charismatic reformers. They might not have been into barking and rolling around on the floor and gibbering like a lunatic, Shakta Labiki Yoku, but they're still a kind of restorationist in that they think the visible institutional church had apostatized in whatever gradation or degree you think, and had to be restored and reformed according to their ideas. So basically, everybody in the Protestant world, by default, is some form of charismatic restorationist. The only exception that I could think of to this, and even still it wouldn't really work, is maybe an Anglican or a Lutheran that thinks that they have apostolic succession. I'm not saying that they do, but I'm saying that if we were to try to come up with one type of maybe a Protestant that could be excluded, but I mean, who even takes any of those people seriously? First of all, if you're an Anglican, you already accepted women's ordination a long time ago. What? Yes, you heard me right. Why? Because did you not know that the official head of the Anglican Church, at least in the last century, was the Queen? The Queen of England, for decades, was the official head of the Anglican Church. So you already had women, priests, bishops, and leaders because a woman was the head of your church, you idiots. This alone disqualifies you. You're out. You're not the church. Automatically. It doesn't matter if you say 10 things correct. Guys, if you would hit like and share, we got a nice fat audience. We had almost 2,000 a minute ago. I guess all the Protestants are mad. Right? Look, it's my job to make you mad. If the medicine hurts at first, but it heals you, then it's worth it to make you mad. I'm willing to make you mad. How am I reformed ortho, bro? What does that even mean? According to known history, Montanus was a new convert. Look at this. Interesting. He fell into a trance and thought he was prophesying by the Holy Spirit. This is 156 AD. This is the charismatics of today. He was then joined by two young thoughts, Priscilla and Maximilla. They also started prophesying. Help me now. Their movement spread throughout Asia Minor. The encryptions, look at that, where JP at? The encryptions indicated that a number of towns were completely converted to Montanism. At first, their enthusiasm waned, but the followers of Montanus were predominantly in rural cities. So these are the uneducated townsfolk, unfortunately. Much like your Bible Belt holy rollers are uneducated country folk. Not the townsfolk, country folk, I meant to say. Hey, Jamie, could you make me an espresso? Oh, Jamie, could you make me an espresso? Jamie, I want to thank you for espressos. She's smiling. She loves it. She loves when I start singing. What's the word I'm looking for? It casts a spell on you. The essential principle of Montanism was that the Holy Spirit that Jesus promised was not a Pentecostal reality, but was talking about Montanus. By the way, you notice that, remember how the Muslims do the same thing? The Muslims take Jesus's prophecy of the coming of the Holy Spirit at Pentecost, and they say that it's talking about Muhammad. It's so stupid, dude, but they weren't the first to do this. It was actually the Montanists that were first to do this. And at first, in 150, people were not clear if this was necessarily a denial of doctrines, although it was. However, eventually, Montanist prophecy was that it was a new doctrine. The people that were considered, quote, true prophets did not introduce ecstatic intensity as a kind of status or state to be in to have the Spirit. So notice they're beginning to identify the ecstatic state with having the Holy Spirit. You'll see this, for example, a lot of oneness Pentecostal heretics today who are anti-Trinitarian. They'll say you ain't got the Holy Ghost unless you said the name of Jesus and got baptized in the name of Jesus and then spoke in tongues of the Holy Ghost, right? Shoktabikioku, shoktabikioku, shoktabikioku. It became clear that the claim of Montanus to have the final revelation of the Holy Spirit then implied that something could be added to the teaching of the apostles. So you see this, they're beginning to realize, oh, he's actually saying there's new public divine revelation. Another important aspect of the Montanist teaching was the expectation of the second coming, that it was about to happen. So notice, it's an end times cult, just like all the Protestant evangelical goofballs have the exact same end of the world, John Hagee, dispensational heresy, right? It's the same. Why is this? Because the same demons that are inspiring Montanus are inspiring the heretics of today. They believed that the heavenly Jerusalem was about to descend to earth in the villages of Pepuza and Timion in Phrygia. In addition to their prophetic enthusiasm, Montanists taught a legalistic moral rigorism. So they're holy rollers. Followers said that you could never flee from any case of martyrdom, and second marriages are forbidden. So notice, Montanists realized that, and this is what all cult leaders do, all sectarians do this, in order to create the false impression that they're better than everyone else and that they're a really true elite version of Christianity, you have to interject these new moral standards that set you apart from everyone else. And the new moral standards are never, the 10 Commandments, which is the basic teaching of the church. No, it's another higher tier. Oh, well, we don't drink, we don't smoke, and we don't chew, and we're better than everybody that do, right? So it's the same low tier legalistic idea that Christianity, it consists in keeping a couple of these externals that make you visibly better than everyone else. Meanwhile, you're full of hatred, you're full of, just goblins, and you're interiorly, you're a goblin, right? But exteriorly, you put on a face of being a moral rigorist and a holy roller. Now look, I'm from the Bible Belt. I've seen this my entire life. I've grown up around the Pentecostals, the charismatic, the Church of God, the Church of Christ, the Baptists, the fundamentalist Baptists, the primitive Baptists, the independent fundamentalist Baptists, the Nazarenes, the oneness apostolic Pentecostals. I've seen this my entire life, okay? And everybody knows that the holy roller churches are the biggest hypocrites on the face of the earth. They wear their skirts and their buns, they don't cut their hair, but they all fuck each other all the time, and they're all into drugs, and they're all complete hypocrites. They're ridiculous, and they act like absolute demons. By the way, the women are all fat and ugly anyway. So why would we think that that is some legitimate manifestation of Christianity? The only way those things exist is based on total ignorance. The people in those groups are absolutely uneducated rubes, totally ignorant people. I'm from the Bible Belt. We're dumb. We don't know anything. We aren't taught in public education anything about church history, anything to do with the history of the West. We don't know any of that. Of course, obviously, the education system is a bunch of brainwashing anyway. Hey, man. But that's just the reality. And look, I don't care if you don't like, if you don't like the streams, if you think that he's evil because he said a cuss word. Define a cuss word. Please make it make sense. Give me one explanation for how the word coitus is a holy word, but the word fuck is a bad word. Explain that to me. Make it make sense. How? What does that have to do? Cursing. Cursing? Do you hear me pronouncing curses on anyone? I curse thee with evil eye. Vulgar speech. Did you know that the very idea of vulgar speech comes out of the idea that the common people speak with these terms, but the elite don't? So are you now a classicist? So are you an aristocrat? Were you appointed as an aristocrat? Are you a nobleman? So explain to me how poop is okay and shit's not. It just doesn't make any sense. It's only a societal convention that people see one word is a bad word. It's a bad word. Are we 5-year-olds? Are we on the playground? Okay, so it's rude speech. So who defines what's rude and vulgar? Oh, you mean the common people? You mean like the Vulgate was written in the language of the common people? Do you mean like the King James, which has it that somebody pisseth against a wall? So wait a minute. So now the King James is vulgar speech because it has bad words in it. What about the dick jokes in Ezekiel? What are we going to do about that? So you're holier than the Bible, right? Which is just people coming up with ways that they can feel like they're superior to other people because they're insecure. They're morally insecure. They're insecure in life. And so it's an easy way to say, well, I don't drink and I don't smoke and I don't chew and I'm better than people that do. Let's look up. Let's see if they might have changed it on the website. Let's see. Oh, no. The King James is using bad words. So David in 1 Samuel 25, and more also do God unto the enemies of David, if I leave of all that pertain to him by the morning light, or any that pisseth against the wall. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, my pure virgin ears have been tainted with the KJV's cuss words. Oh my gosh. Oh. Meanwhile, Muslims are graping thousands of people, but you're concerned about who said a 4-letter word. Yeah, good job. It's just, people are just ridiculous, dude. I just like, who can take any of these people seriously? Like, it's just, they're clowns. It's a clown show. It's a clown show. Yeah, you didn't know there's dick jokes in Ezekiel? Oh, did you know the Puritans wouldn't read Ezekiel in those chapters in their sermons? Because they were holier than the Bible. What about the Song of Solomon? It's like erotic love poetry. It's like everyone is a bunch of children. Everyone is a bunch of tattletaling 5-year-olds. Meanwhile, there's actual real world stuff going on. There's wars being fought. People are getting killed. The borders are down. Zillions of Muslims are doing horrible things. And these idiots are over here talking about debating whether or not one word is a bad word versus one word being a good word. Are you a Manichaean? Did the devil create the bad words and God created the good words? So now we're Manichaeans about language? Just so stupid. Now there is such a thing as propriety, right? If I'm waiting in line to go to confession, probably not the best time to make a dick joke. It doesn't make any sense, right? Anyway, all right, so let's move on from restorationism and the insanity of the Protestant evangelical world, because it's all just stupid anyway. It's just nonsense. And let's get into TPUSA again with their massive conservative feminist push. And I'm saying conservative feminists, making fun of it because it's not even, doesn't make any sense. But that's essentially what they push with a lot of these women, is a form of conservative feminism. Which is basically all of the media girls, they don't count, right? Like, it doesn't count that you've got all the media girls that are boss babes. They're going to tell all the other women to LARP as trad wives on the internet. Now, again, yes, the things they're saying technically might be true, right? So if Erica Kirk says women need to stop being boss babes and go back to being homemakers, that's technically true. But You're like the ultimate boss babe. What are you talking about? How is anybody supposed to take your advice when it looks as if you guys are all setting up your own sort of parachurch organization, which is exactly what it is. Again, all the parachurch stuff, it needs to go away. That's the problem. They're all creating parachurch organizations, and all of these organizations are 100% totally sus, particularly with the people involved. I mean, you got the very head of the whole thing was literally assassinated last year. Obviously, something crazy is going on. What that is exactly, we don't know. I think there's a lot of indicators of who had the motives for that. People in the Middle East seem to have had a good motive for that, but we don't know for sure. But regardless, and by the way, when people were getting mad at me about critiquing Candace, I never supported official theories. They just make up lies. So they just assume that if you criticize the crazy shit Candace was saying, oh, then you're a supporter and funded by TP. Do you know how many people said I was funded by TPUSA? I'm like, what are you talking about? Would I still be sitting here in my library if I was funded by TPUSA? Just retarded shit. I was calling out Calvary Chapel and those types of things 10 years before Candace was. What are you talking about? I've been talking about Evangelical Black Ops Church forever.
Isn't Charlie Kirk. It isn't even TPUSA. The strangest part is the lineage behind it. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino wrote a book called Mind War while stationed at the Presidio in San Francisco. Not a self-help book, not a political rant, a blueprint for psychological warfare.
Now, people were telling me, did you even know about... Dude, I've been talking about Michael Aquino for 15 years. I read Mind War to Psy War 15 years ago. It's cited in my first book and in the second book. I read Michael Aquino's other books. Yes, I know who Paul Velli is. Yes, I know he co-wrote the Army's Doctrine of Psychological Warfare from Mind War to Psy War. Yes, I know all of that. I knew all of this before you guys did. I knew it before Candace did. So how are you going to tell me that I'm working for somebody and I'm a phony or whatever when I knew about all this stuff way before any of y'all did? I knew about this 10 years before, 15 years before Ian Carroll did. We were doing podcasts with John Adams on Afternoon Commute 10, 12 years ago talking about Calvary Chapel, evangelical fronts, cutouts. I've talked about it over and over and over and over, and then people are new here, and they come with all their low-tier assumptions that Jay Dyer won't talk about TPUSA. He must work for him. He thinks that he's covering up for Israel. Well, he's attacking. Dude, you guys are idiots. I've literally talked about this stuff until I'm sick of talking about it. Even more. All right, Marilyn, I'm done with you. Marilyn, you've got mental problems. You constantly talk about how everyone is God. Just get out of here, man. You're insane. Why do we have insane people in my audience? Does this just attract insane people? I can't talk to adults and rational adult people. It's all just lunatics.
Mass persuasion, narrative control, cognitive terrain. And Aquino was also an open Satanist. He never hid it, never denied it.
Aquino and his wife, you are a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army.
Correct.
Now, and how does the Army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
The Army has known about my religion for...
yeah, the Army and the military are full of Satanists. I mean, there's a lot of serious good Christians too, but yeah.
The entire span of my Army career, which began in 1968. And there was a reasonable amount of curiosity, as there has been all the way along, with what exactly is this strange and unusual thing. And I've talked about it in much the same way that I've talked here today on your show about it. And other than that, the Army has paid very little attention to it, the same as it would to anybody who was, say, a follower of Hinduism or of Buddhism or any other slightly unusual religion today.
So you just go about your Army duties and it's fine?
No, that woman's actually insane. She constantly says we're all God. I mean, she's a literal New Age pantheist, just lunatic.
Okay.
Now here's the part people skip past. Aquino didn't write Mind War alone. his collaborative with retired Major General Paul E. Vallely. Fast forward. Vallely sits on the board at Turning Point USA. So take a step back. Strip away the merch, the slogans, the crowd noise. What is TPUSA actually doing? It's not just debating ideas. It's persuasion at scale, changing minds.
Yes, this is exactly what it is. It's a parachurch organization that is ultimately connected to intelligence, military intelligence, the deep state, all of that, 100%. I've been saying this for freaking ever. And we are going to get to more of this too. I'm going to give you guys another huge deep dive into, again, trying to bring some sanity to topics that is just so clogged up with just mind-boggling retards. Like, we're going to talk about the World Council of Churches. We're going to talk about the real status and relationship of the KGB to the church in Russia. We're going to talk about ROKOR. We're going to talk about the CIA's relationship to the Russian church and to the Russian church abroad. We're going to talk about the Uniate's role in all that. And we're going to pull, not from a conspiracy text. As you guys know, we consistently pull from the actual historical sources that are scholarly. We avoid conspiracy texts. If any time I talk from a conspiracy book, I let you guys know. That's why 90% of the time we do not talk about conspiracy texts. We only focus on establishment texts that are admissions. That's it. And if I do give you a conspiracy book, I will tell you. And then, again, that's 9 out of 10 times. Charlie Court.
Moving groups, steering perception. And when the same people tied to a psychological warfare playbook are embedded inside a movement built to shape mass belief, coincidence stops being a useful explanation.
Yeah, so essentially, in my analysis, and there's a close connection between a lot of the people in the Calvary Chapel world and their charismatic gibberish ministry, also coming out of the people in the CIA is, again, a created denomination out of a bunch of military intelligence. We're talking about the gay dude that thought he was a prophet, Paul. I always go blank with these names of these Calvary Chapel people. It's literally CIA people. Paul Kane. I always forget this guy's name. So Paul Kane is one of the key figures in the neo-charismatic, quote-unquote, revival. He was one of the Kansas City prophets in the late 1940s. Together with Chuck Smith, they founded the Calvary Chapel. But Paul Kane also worked closely with the CIA, and I want to say he was involved in some kind of crazy shit like alien bullshit, right? So, this is some sort of public perception operation steering exactly what that little clip said. But then it came out that he was Skittles. Shocker, right? These dudes are always into something like that. But he was also closely aligned with and used to run around with one of the first purveyors of the modern charismatic idea, the architect of restorationism, William Branham. Okay, so these are all coming out of the same sewers, the same ideas. And let's see what Paul Kane's. It has something to do with like CIA studies of, or was it remote viewing maybe? Paul Kane claimed that he worked with the CIA in terms of, it was MK Ultra, yeah, remote viewing. So Kane claims that his remote viewing stint related to SRI studies into psychic spying, remote viewing, covert operations, Project Stargate. That's what it was. I was trying to remember. And it's I wish we could find better sources, because so far the only real good analysis of this is some random Protestant dude's podcast. But this doesn't seem implausible to me. It seems very likely that connection would have been there, because a lot of the people early on involved in, it's not just Paul Cain, it's other people too involved in the rise of Calvary Chapel and the Vineyard movement. I noticed, by the way, we just had a crazy charismatic Vineyard strip mall thing opened up in my hometown the other day. So I was driving, I was like, oh no, now we have a freaking Vineyard church. Good God, help us. So by the way, you guys want to support Chuck was a good pastor. How is he a good pastor if he's a pastor of a giant fake created church? Do you guys not? I mean, again, what is the disconnect with you Protestant goobers? Do you not understand that you can't just create a church? Where do you get the idea that God is calling you to create a church? It doesn't exist. It's made up. Okay. And you guys are so naive that when Pentagon Satanists create entire like psyops campaigns, you guys just eat it up, man. I'm not a big Tate follower, but one thing that Tate said that was true was that evangelical Christians are the most gullible people on the planet. I think that's true. Them and the Muslims. Oh, maybe she's joking. Yeah. Guys, want to help me hit the goal. I gotta pull a Ruslan here, and yo, y'all, we gotta make some money. Y'all gotta make some 7 figures, dog. Yo, I gotta get a Bitcoin, dude. I'm not answering the super chat until we get 1 whole Bitcoin. Ruslan, that's for you, baby. Clip that. There is the link right there to support the stream. Okay, so we know then that, and I've talked. We've already done podcasts on Paul Valley and Michael Aquino. I've double checked all that. We know that that's all true. Let's take a look at what's going on, because this is now becoming this focal point, and the fact that Charlie Kirk underwent a form of martyrdom. He's not an Orthodox calendar martyr, but he underwent a form of martyrdom. Has really galvanized this organization to then pivot to be this mouthpiece for essentially evangelical Zio feminism Christianity. Okay, so this is massive psyops here.
Kickoff of Turning Point USA's America Fest, the conservative youth organization has seen a massive surge in interest since the assassination, and young conservative women tell me they're particularly emboldened to join or get more involved with the movement, with Erica Kirk now at its helm.
Yes, I believe Erica Kirk is a tremendous role model. She was never afraid to be in touch with her feminine side.
She's definitely the biggest female conservative role model for me right now. She's beautiful, she's smart, she's so reverent and humble, and I think exactly the kind of leader that...
So again, no discernment. People don't have the discernment to recognize stage performances. And again, I understand that at one level, you know, I don't know the ins and outs of all the conspiracy stuff. I'm not saying that Candace is correct and everything, but I do think that there was definitely, both sides of this are a problem here. Both Erica Kirk and TPUSA and the other sides, there's problems on both sides. So, you know, don't pigeonhole me into some low tier thing. Oh, you critique Candace, so you're with Erica Kirk. No, I critique them both consistently. Okay. But I mean, really, Erica Kirk is the archetype of the boss babe and conservative feminism. That's the problem here, is that the message is all the women need to become influencers. That's the problem here. Even though Erica Kirk is technically saying you need to be a homemaker, what she means is you need to be a trad e-profile signaling to everyone how you're a trad wife, which is all fake.
Most young conservative women want to be.
She always promoted motherhood and family.
See, so it's like she's what conservative women want to be, which is not at home with the children. It's running around the world, running a giant media operation. Okay, that you can't be a homemaker tending to kids and running a giant international military psyop media operation. You can't. Both of those things are not going to work. Okay, you can't do both.
In the Bible, and I think those are values.
By the way, just the whole idea that we need all the women out here being voices for conservatism, that's not what we need. That's a leftist idea to begin with. There can be some instances, there can be some cases, but the idea that because there are some exceptions or there are some cases that needs to be the norm, that's the problem.
That young Americans all need, especially girls, in a society where you're made to feel like the outcast if you have these different values than most girls now.
The amount of kids my age that were posting on social media celebrating the death of an innocent man, that's kind of where I was like, all right, this is what the world has come to, and somebody has to make a change.
I realize that my opinion is just as valuable as anybody else's.
It's not, though. That's the thing. Like, no, it's not. Where do we have this egalitarian idea that everyone's opinions are as valid as everyone else's? No, it's not. I mean, ideally, you would be with a husband and his opinion would be what you're interested in. So, no, not everybody has a valid egalitarian, equalitarian opinion. Because, first of all, just being 18, 20, you've not had enough lived experience to know, to discern what's going on in the world. Nobody Gen Z, nobody who's 18, 20 knows anything. You don't know anything at all. Of course, everyone at that age thinks that they know everything, especially by the time you're from age 20 to 27 is the worst because you know everything and you figured out everything. Nobody's as smart as you. And so those are actually the worst times to be involved in getting into media and building a giant media empire because you think that you've figured everything out, but you still have not had enough life experience to deal with your friends unaliving themselves, loved ones dying, people divorcing and cheating, all the kind of traumas that everybody will experience in their life, all the tragedies. You've not undergone those things, which is absolutely part of the maturation process of actually attaining wisdom. You can't get that through the internet or through podcasts or through books. You can read about those things and perhaps prepare for certain things, but none of those things actually give you the experience of going through that. So, no, Erica Kirk's message does not make sense. And I don't care if she says 2, 5, 3 correct things. If the message that's beamed out is all the girls need to be conservative Bible podcast girls starting a media influencer campaign empire, that's not a good message. No.
And after this very unfortunate assassination, it wasn't time to be quiet anymore.
And the other thing too is all of these boss babes involved in all this, they're all evangelical Zio weirdos. Okay. None of these people have anything close to approximating historical Christianity. None of them would ever dare speak out against foreign subversion and influence of the government. It's all just like, it's basically advertising to young blonde chicks how to be like the former version of the Fox News babes, right? So like what this was 10, 15 years ago was the info babes on Fox News, right? And by the way, you'll notice when people started kind of eventually debating some of them, remember when Andrew debated Tomi Lahren or whatever her name was, one of these Fox News blonde conservative babes? And then it turns out, oh, she's not even conservative at all. Oh, wait, it turns out none of them are. It turns out they're all boss babes playing the role of E-trads, but they're actually conservative feminists. So I don't even know who this person is. She was some Trump girl, Trump administration person. Let's see what she says.
You're here because you were probably a lot like me when I was little. I had this love for Jesus Christ in my heart and this absolute passion for politics.
See, here's the thing for a lot of these people. Jesus is a basically your boyfriend that's your like self-help guide, right? And I know this because I've grown up with evangelical girls. I grew up in evangelical churches. I know the whole message of what Jesus is in the evangelical world to the women. And Jesus is like, what's a good way to, it's like a cross between Jim Caviezel in, you know, Mel Gibson's The Passion and Fabio. Okay. I don't mean to be blasphemous. I'm saying literally what Jesus is for these women. Right? Jesus is like this compassionate buff dude who gives them self-help direction on how to achieve. For example, I remember when I first started going to evangelical church pretty consistently when I was like 18, 19, 20, there were these twin sisters that were very active in Lisa and Leslie. They were very active in sports, right? And so we spent a lot of time. I was friends with their brother. They had an older brother who was a good buddy of mine, and they were always involved in sports, and everything that they did sports-wise was like an opportunity to advertise Jesus, but it was always like one or two verses of like, so they would always wear these t-shirts, and they were twins, so they wear the same t-shirt, not joking. And it was like, I could do all things through Jesus who strengthens me. And so Jesus was like this power aid for the sports things that they did, right? So it was like, oh, we're running the track meet, and Jesus is powering us to run the track meet because I can do all things through Jesus who strengthens me. Now, I'm not trying to say that you can't think of Jesus as involved in your life, but it becomes this weird, like, and it's not icons, it's not processions. It's like just verses. like when we run our track meet, we want to have John 3:16 read out over the speaker system, right? And these same chicks play softball, and it'd be like, if they're going to come up to the softball plate, you know, sometimes they'll play music. Oh, we want you to play the praise and worship songs for us when we come to the plate. Just weird stuff. Like, what? It's just like zeal without knowledge, but even worse than that, it's like, how do we describe it? I don't even know. It's like Jesus is Fabio, but also Tony, not Tony Soprano. Who's the self-help dude? Tony, what's his face? The big self-help guru guy. Tony, what's his name? Tony Robbins. Jesus is Fabio and Tony Robbins together, and he's like Powerade for my, it's like, not Powerade, like, not hormone replacement. What is it when you're juicing? Steroids. Jesus is my steroids booster. So basically, my boyfriend is Fabio Robbins, and he gives me steroids when I do the track meet and when I do softball and when I play basketball. And it's just weird. It's like, what? Something about that comes off as just demeaning. It's almost like the Protestant attempt to make everything about Jesus actually cheapens Jesus and makes Jesus basically just a self-help technology like Tony Robbins. Remember when somebody asked one time, it was that clip of Tate a long time ago. They said, who is God? And Tate said something like, God is a technology, make me my better self. So in his mind, God is just like a bigger version of him that makes him shoot for a better version of himself. Not even an actual being in the world. That's literally how he described it. There was this clip, I forget, it was like a short from like 5 years ago. And they were like, okay, so you believe in God, you're a Muslim. Well, who is God? And it was the same way that Jordan Peterson would describe God. Well, it's like a thing that's like the better version of you. You gotta shoot for the moon, shoot for it, be better. It's like Fabio and Tony Robbins together, it's like fuck. Shoot for the moon. Be the best version of you can. That's God, What? That's not what God is. What are you talking about? It's even worse than it being corny. It's like, it's desacralizing it. It's the removal of the sacred, right? There's the sacred and there's the profane. Or there's the sacred and then there's the space outside of the sacred, which is not necessarily evil, but it's like outside of the sacred, it's like treating everything as the same. And this goes along with, for example, Protestants and evangelicals not understanding that there's holy objects and then objects that are not necessarily holy objects, right? Every object is just an object. I wouldn't say it's blasphemy necessarily, because blasphemy is an intentional degrading of the holy. So blasphemy would be like objectively, knowingly intending to attack or deface the holy. This is something else where it's kind of an unintentional blaspheming, but it's more like a cheapening of the holy to degrade and make everything equalized and the same. It's more than shallow. It's more than buddy Jesus. It's just, it's weird. Yeah, it's like treating Jesus as a meme to get him to go viral, and that'll get everybody to convert if we make Jesus go viral, and we don't offend people, and we tell them what they want to hear. No, that's something else, right? That's Tony Robbins. That's Fabio Robbins, right? That's what that is. Yeah, giving holy things to dogs. I remember when I was a Protestant evangelical and I read those passages like, don't give give holy things to the dogs. Don't cast pearls before swine. And I'm like, if you think about it, that there's a real difficulty for a Protestant evangelical in trying to make sense of that. Because it would mean that Jesus is telling you to identify people who are swine. Well, that's not very evangelical and nice, is it? How is it nice of me to cast holy things before dogs? That's Jesus not being very nice there. That doesn't sound like Fabio, Tony Robbins' boyfriend Jesus. Well, that shows you that they don't actually have the right Jesus, because their Jesus doesn't do any of this. Right? He's just Fabio, dude. He's just, romance novel cover Jesus. Remember these, back in the 90s and 80s, right? Women's version of Prawn was any of these novels that you would see in the bookstores with Fabio on the cover. Right? Rogue. It's funny too, because when you look at these now, it's like, is this shit gay? Is this like a gay novel? It's like, no, that's for women, dude. Rogue, champion, pirate. I like how the novels don't even have names. It's just called Pirate. Blood Pirate. It's just called Viking. It's funny too, because Fabio now is looking like a wine mom, dude. Fabio's looking like a wine mom. Fabio's he had too many glasses of Franzia with the moms that were in love with him. But dude, if you were Fabio in the 90s, You could have any mom in the world you wanted, dude. Imagine just like any mom in the world just at your beck and call. I mean, you could even be ghost Fabio, dude, and the moms would be at the you could be a ghost Fabio, and you could be getting mom's numbers right and left and right, dude. I like how the novels though, like the Heart's Flame. Could you imagine like reading this? What I remember, there used to be a bookstore when bookstores existed. There was a used bookstore not far from here. And I remember when it opened up, I got excited. I was like, awesome, we're gonna have a new bookstore. Let me go in there and see what they got. And then I remember going to the bookstore, and it was this fat old woman, boomer woman, and all she had was Fabio romance novels. I was so let down because I was like, man, I thought we're getting an actual bookstore, and nothing in there. There was nothing in there but Fabio novels. And I was thinking, could you imagine spending your whole life reading Fabio novels? Like, what in the world, dude? And then here's a woman who she's collecting them too. She's like, I'm gonna collect every Fabio novel. I'm gonna start doing my thumbnails like a Fabio romance cover. I've been trying to think of new ways to do thumbnails, and I've been doing dystopian movie poster theme thumbnails. I'm gonna do Fabio next, dude. All of y'all moms are about to lose it. Y'all gonna go crazy. Moms are gonna be mailing me their bloomers. I'm gonna have to mail them back. I don't want your bloomers, dude. But like the women used to just throw their granny panties and their bloomers at Fabio. And by the way, I started thinking, remember how they used to say, what was his name? Tom Collins, that dude with the deep voice, and the women supposedly would throw their underwear at him when he would sing. And he didn't even look that good. It's like, is it the voice? Now, I do know that sometimes a voice can be enough to, women go crazy at Barry White's, because Barry White's ugly as hell, right? But he got a boy, yeah, mama, baby, right? And the women would go crazy over Barry White, even though he's ugly as hell. So I'm thinking maybe Tom Collins, is that his name? That boomer dude from the 70s? Tom Jones, thank you, Tom Jones. Maybe the women would just go crazy at his voice, and they would supposedly, but then I started thinking, no, dude, that's a media thing. That was organized. I guarantee that Tom Collins, Tom Jones paid women to throw panties, and then all the women think, oh, them other girls is throwing panties at him. I love him too. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's so hot. He's so fine. Girl, look at him with his Jewish afro, and he's not even Jewish. He's so hot. See, he's Welsh. But so is that it? Is that it? Is it Welsh dudes? No, you're saying it's not unusual, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he can't sing. I'm saying, I guarantee you, they probably paid women to do that, because a lot of that stuff's publicity stunts, right? If you do media stuff, after a while you start figuring out, like, a lot of shit that people do, it's just media, it's PR and publicity stunts to get attention. So now I started thinking, man, they must have paid. I bet Tom Jones was paying women in the audience to throw panties at him. I got to be careful what I type in. We don't want to get. Maybe it was the hair. I mean, dude looks like he lives in a tanning bed. That dude is cooked, dude. He looks like a freaking hot dog. He's a cooked hot dog, bro. And now he's looking like who's he look like? Okay, maybe when he was young, maybe he was a player. And he does have blue eyes. So maybe the women like the the rug on his chest and blue eyes. Maybe that was it. But I guarantee you, dude, that could have been a publicity stunt. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So let's get back to this woman.
In fact, I was a pretty weird kid, I would say. I was this 8-year-old on the playground during a presidential election in 1996, jumping up and down doing chants for Bob Dole.
Ha ha ha, she was 8 and she was in a Bob Dole. She's so conservative. Isn't that awesome?
That was me. And my brother voted for Bill Clinton in the elementary school election. I never forgave him, and I didn't speak to him for a week after that. He said he liked the sound of his name. I was politically engaged. I had this burning desire and love for the political process. And it really came from riding in my dad's truck through Plant City, Florida, where I grew up, and listening to the late, great Rush Limbaugh.
So, conservative talking point, name drop, talking point. By the way, if you notice that everybody thinks that, oh, I was 8 years old into politics. That was my calling. Because it happened, it was therefore my calling. God was speaking to me, telling me when I was 8 years old, I'm supposed to be conservative feminist woman in politics because it happened. Why? Why is that the reason that you were supposed to be doing this? Because it happened? Well, all kinds of shit happens. That doesn't mean it ought to happen.
I heard in Rush this passion and this desire and this fervent belief and quest for the truth, and it caught on to me. And it took me from the little strawberry town of Plant City, Florida, all the way to Washington, D.C. for college at Georgetown, where I did internships. I was interning on...
By the way, another way to immediately sort of disqualify and discount all of this is, remember when they did those polls where they asked all the women back under Obama why they voted for Obama? And it was because they liked him and he was likable. So what? Like, you voted for a guy because he's likable and it had nothing to do with anything that he said or the politics. It's like, well, I like the way he talks. What? So we're basically still in high school. That's what I've learned, is like, we're still in high school and the whole world is just run on the basis of the superlatives, the high school superlatives. Like, oh, I voted for him because he's the popular kid and I like him and he's likable.
Campaigns back in Florida and then in D.C. in the halls of Congress. And then I got an internship at the White House during the George Bush administration.
Whoa.
And I'll never forget being this little intern in the back of the press briefing room and watching Dana Perino give a press briefing. And I was mesmerized.
So you saw other people in media and that media people get attention and then you were mesmerized by that. Whoa, you were destined. That was God telling you, girl, you are destined for it.
I didn't know as that little girl, that little intern, that 10 years later, roughly, I would be standing behind that very podium.
Really? Because I knew when I was 10 years old that 10 years later, I would be a boss bitch. I knew it from when the zygote was first formed. I knew it when the sperm and the egg came together. That's when I knew that I would be a boss bitch.
But that's the plan that God had for my life. And it happened very quickly, very unexpectedly. I was working on the campaign, the Trump campaign, back in 2020, and COVID hit, and we all went kind of dormant back to our homes and worked on the campaign from our homes. And for me, that meant working in Florida. It was not a bad place to be on the beaches of Florida during the pandemic, but that's where I was working. And then I get this...
Yes, tell your story, girl. This is an amazing story. Oh my gosh, this story is awesome. The way that she was like a kid and then she felt media's power and presence and then like later it happened. Oh my gosh, girl, tell your story.
Call. I just had a baby. She was just a few months old. It was my firstborn, my daughter Blake. And I was in the car with her. My mom's in the front seat. I'm in the back seat. My little daughter's beside me and my phone lights up. And it's a number I don't know. And it's this weird series of digits. And I knew when you
Oh my gosh. Is this the aliens? Are they like sending the transmission? And then it's like Trump is like, we're gonna do a disclosure. I want you to be there. This is the aliens. They're speaking. Oh my gosh, aliens are so amazing. Probably the best aliens ever. It's a no number. It's Trump. I'm calling directly from the White House.
Call like this. It might be the president of the United States. So I say to my mom, I think President Trump might be calling me. She's like, well, pick it up. So I pick up the phone. I put a pink pacifier to my daughter's lips. I pray for the best. And I hear, this is the White House switchboard. We have President Trump here for you. Can you take his call? I'm like, well, of course I'm going to take his call.
Cringe, dude. Why does anybody listen to any of this stuff? Who the heck even are these people? Why do we think that this person knows anything about anything? Because she was 10 and felt the power of media, so she needs to be up there as the mouthpiece of, like, what? I mean, I don't even know what to say, dude. It's so stupid.
I take his call and he says, Kaylee, I have a question for you. And I don't.
I have a question for you, Kaylee. Do you love Israel? Do you love Israel as much as I do? Probably not, but we're going to give you a chance to love Israel as much as I do.
I've spoken to him a few times on the phone at that point, so I thought he was going to talk to me about a TV appearance I had done or an article I had written. But no, he said to me, would you like to be my White House press secretary? To which I replied, Mr. President, that would be the honor of my lifetime.
Would you like to be the voice of Israel? Would you like to be the mouthpiece of Bibi Netanyahu? Probably the best. Love him. Wonderful, amazing.
He said, Mark, go get this gun. And he was referring to.
You go, girl. This is the greatest go girl Slay Queen probably talk ever.
Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, who did indeed get it done. And I go up to D.C., we rode up in my husband's truck up the Eastern Corridor, all the way from Florida to Washington, and I thought about taking this job. And I became overwhelmed because it's a once-in-a-generation pandemic. I'm about to stand behind the greatest podium in the world and talk to the American people. And I was so humbled by that, and I took that so seriously. And so I'm calling for...
Yes, we all remember, and we were all fixated on you, honey. During that pandemic, girl, we were worried about you. We wanted to know your story in the pandemic, girl. That's what I was concerned with. What was the origin of this humble little blonde girl who was at age 8, knowing that she wanted to be in media? That's what I was concerned with when I couldn't buy steaks in my hometown. What I wanted to know was your story, girl.
Press secretaries about how to do the job during this ride. I'm calling people who work in the White House, trying to figure out how to do this. I even looked for peer-reviewed academic journal articles on how to be a good press secretary. There was like one that existed.
Oh, go, girl. She went hardcore. She was looking at peer-reviewed studies on how to be a journalist. What? Like, that's probably the worst place to go, to peer-reviewed studies on how to be a journalist. Why would an academic know how to be a journalist? And what's the connection between peer-reviewed dork research and media work? Nothing. This is retarded.
But as I was doing all that, my dad sent me a text message that meant so much more than anything I read or consumed. He said to me, maybe you are here for such a time as this. Reference to the book of Esther.
Yes, you're Esther. God is calling you up to destroy Amalek. You are Esther. Sure.
And sometimes when God wants you to hear a message, he'll send the same message, and sometimes through two very different people. You don't get more ideologically different than my conservative father, than CNN's Van Jones, who is a liberal. But he texted me a few weeks into the job and said, maybe you're here for such a time as this.
Dude, I'll tell you what, the boomer evangelicals, that's who raises these kinds of people to be boss babe bitches. The whole country, the destruction of the world will be laid at the feet of the boomer evangelicals. I'm convinced of that. And I'm not blaming my parents. I love my parents. I'm saying in general, it's not my parents. I'm talking about in general, the boomer Zio-evangelical, like, that is the end of the world. I'm convinced perhaps that if we are in the end times, which I don't know that we are, but if we are, it is the boomer evangelicals, not Aleister Crowley. It's the boomer Ziogelicals who actually will summon Antichrist, not Aleister Crowley.
And I knew God wanted me to hear that message, and it's not just for me. It's for everyone in this room. Everyone is here for a purpose and for a reason. So I take this job, and what a humbling experience. That first day I walk in, it's still dark out. I sit in the White House.
So, purpose-driven life. We all got to find our purpose. By the way, did you see that Cleve found the Coptics were copy-pasting Rick Warren's sermons? These are the people trying to attack us. People copy-pasting Rick Warren's sermons using AI. Get out of here, dude.
Press secretary's office, not quite knowing how the day is going to go, and just taking this all in. I'd never been in the Oval Office at that point, never in my life. I was an intern, but never had walked into that office. And what a moment it was to walk in past this grandfather mahogany clock, and you sit down and you're across.
Yes, girl. Oh, it's just everything in this story is awesome. The way that you went from being an 8-year-old to getting a phone call from Trump. That was amazing, dude. Oh my gosh.
We know the Taliban kills Christians. And here's what Asman said.
Oh, here we go. Let's talk about Islam.
It's not 1 million Christians in Iran. It is 5 million Christians in Iran.
Here we go. Anti-Iran gibberish. literally just Zio talking points.
True. In fact, I had on a pastor yesterday, an evangelist, I should say, and I host a show called...
Oh, great. A pastor evangelist. And let me guess. He's concerned about Hezbollah terror in Iran.
Saturday in America on Saturdays from 10 to noon. And at the end of it, I bring on this pastor, and he's a missionary in the Middle East. And I presented him with a statistic that I had heard about Iran. And in Iran, there were...
She presented him with a statistic she had heard. So you did peer-reviewed research on how to be journalist, but you didn't do peer-reviewed research on the statistics about Iran.
500 Christians of Muslim background in 1979, and I told him that has grown to 1 million. And I said to him, more Iranians have become Christians in the last 20 years than in the previous 13 centuries put together.
So this is another reason why, you notice this what she said right there? So the evangelical Zio podcaster world, the anti-Islamianity world, okay, God Logic, IP, AP, David Wood, Ruslame, all of them, they're also closely adjacent to evangelical Zionism. That's why they only focus on Islam, which shows you that it's fraudulent from the outset, because they won't debate or talk about the fact that Israel says, or at least their rabbis consistently say, that that Islam is the broom of Judaism. How come they don't talk about that? Because if you wanted to fight Islam, then wouldn't you want to fight the Zio support for that? How come you don't talk about the Israeli and CIA support for Sunni Islam, radical Sunni Islam with ISIS, which was admitted, came out in the New York Times, which we've been saying for 20 years, because countless writers and intelligence operatives have been saying it for decades. So you want to fight Islam, but you don't want to fight the actual promoter of that form of Islam. So you're fakes, you're phonies. And this whole sphere of this is a propped up, it's basically just making churches into various forms of NGOs. That's what it is. Right there.
Combined. And that's according to Operation World. I mean, think about that. Iran that has war, devastation, oppression, no women's rights. All of these people are turning to Christ.
It has oppression and no women's rights. So basically, we got to make Iran into a bunch of boss babes, or else they're oppressed. So she just repeats the same bullshit neocon talking points that have been here since the 1980s, after the Islamic Revolution, which the CIA actually helped. So the CIA's and British intelligence in backdoor deals actually helped the Ayatollahs come to power. Oh, but now they're the bad guys, so we need to support the latest regime change operations, which don't even benefit the U.S. They're actually for the Greater Israel Project. Why does she just say it's for the Greater Israel Project?
And it's punishable by death to be a Christian in Iran. It's called apostasy. Well, this evangelist told me, your numbers are wrong.
Yeah, and how sad it is for it to be apostasy to a bunch of evangelical nonsense, too.
It's not 1 million Christians in Iran. It is 5 million Christians in Iran.
Okay, so a Baptist pastor in the Middle East just says it's 5 million that are being persecuted. You didn't fact check that? You just believe whatever some rando pastor tells you?
And then you look at China. There were 2.7 million evangelicals in 1975. Now there are over 75 million.
Where are we going to hear about Israel bombing churches in Syria, Orthodox churches? We're going to hear Israel bombing Catholic Orthodox churches in Lebanon, in those areas? Or are we only going to hear about the current regime change operations that the administration and the IDF, and it's not even the IDF, it's like elements of the Likud party, and then Tucker has on all of these former Mossad chiefs basically saying it's a bad idea. So it's not even all of Israel.
35 years in China. Where oppression reigns, where devastation reigns, people recognize Christ and they turn to him.
All right. This is a great sampling of how her evangelical narcissism story about how she was destined from age 8 to be in media because God was telling her that it just ends up being and support whatever the Zio regime changes. This is so sad, dude. If this doesn't, this is what we're trying to say about religions as mouthpieces of NGOs, think tanks, CIA, AIPAC, Zio, all of that. That's what we've been trying to hammer home for so long. And this is it right here. We didn't have to go 5 minutes into TPUSA boss babe bitch talk before we got to that. I mean, because I played 5 minutes and then skipped ahead, and immediately I'm hearing Greater Israel Project for Jesus. But we're dealing with a army of God Logic and IP and Ruse Lame and David Wood and all of these people who just default to supporting this stuff. And they don't even know. They're probably too dumb to even know that they're actually also mouthpieces of these people. They're mouthpieces of this stuff. Remember when Glenn Beck was saying God anointed him to support Israel? Exactly. I mean, these people are phony balonies. And it's just sad that people can't see that. Because the heresies, the dumb heresies, keep people locked in these dumb mind matrices, and they can't understand and can't see it. Okay, I can't take any more of this. You get the idea, right? And then they actually find and then they recruit the next generation to speak to the 20-year-old goobers who don't know anything, right? So they groom, and I don't mean in a sexual way, although it could be, but they groom these people to be the next generation of the fake conservative controlled opposition voices who are naive and narcissistic. They just want to be influencers. They don't know anything. And so they'll prop them up and put them in these positions, put millions and millions of dollars behind them.
Marriage. Every movie, every TV show, all of the media you see does not portray healthy marriages. It portrays domineering women with weak and passive husbands.
You mean like you as a boss babe influencer all over the media? What are you talking about? Who believes that this chick, I don't know if she's married. She looks like she's maybe, 20, 25. I don't know how she is, but I mean, do you think she submits to her husband? Come on.
And it's all designed to make you think that is what marriage
She gets permission from hubby to go do all the TPUSA media talking gigs.
is. But marriage is the ultimate representation of Christ's love for his church. That,
By the way, why are we listening to you when, if you're 25 max, she might be 22. Why are we listening to you as if you have any wisdom on marriage? Are you even married? You've been married for like 2 years, but you're going to tell us this theological sermons about like how marriage works between men and women and all the theological components. Let's see how old this chick is. What's her name? Savannah Faith Stone. Okay, so she is 21. Okay. This chick, I was reading geopolitical tomes before this chick was born. Okay. I was reading gigantic 1,000-page tomes before she existed. But she's going to tell everybody about how marriage works at age 21, and we're supposed to listen to her? And who even is this chick? She just literally suddenly exists and is all over media as she comes up on famous person birthday. Who even is it? She's rated 7,000 most popular. In what? It says who? She got married at 18. One time she met Hulk Hogan. Well, shit, I better listen to what she says. I mean, she got married at 18 and she knows Hulk Hogan. She knows what she's talking about. Clearly. Why wouldn't we listen to her? She a queen, dude. 19-year-old trad wife influencer. How many times have we seen? Oh, so she's propped up here in Fox, of course. How many times have we seen, by the way, the propped up trad wife persons like Sarah Stock, right? We find out they're not trad wife at all. They're I don't know what they are. They're just opportunists. I know grifter is overused, but it still is an appropriate term at times when people are actually grifters, right? But again, why are we supposed to think that a 21-year-old knows anything? A 19-year-old, 21, that they know anything about anything? You're literally like the dumbest age that you could be. Trad wife influencer. You can't make this up.
I had this moment before I got married and through a lot of conversations with my husband now.
Yes, Lauren Southern is another example of trad wife influencer, but then turns out, oh, actually, the problem is traditionalism and the trads. They're the problem. And I'm not a trad wife anymore because everybody's hypocrites. Come on, dude. You can't be serious.
To where I realized, you know what? I just want to be a traditional woman. I want to stay.
You know what?
Be a stay-at-home wife. I want to
be a stay-at-home wife as I travel everywhere doing conferences for TPUSA, and let me explain theology to you because apparently you don't know, but I'm super spiritual.
That's why they hate it so much. You've been told that there are no good men left, that marriage will make you miserable, that it ruins your success, that you'll live a longer and happier life single, and that is
She keeps looking down at her teleprompter. Like, she can't even do a talk without a teleprompter.
all on purpose because they know that when godly men and women create a lifelong covenant under God, then society would be unbreakable.
Well, I'm pretty sure Protestant societies have been pretty breakable for a long time, so.
stay home with my kids one day.
Look, we've got to figure out that these evangelical Zio boomer mind matrix and all of these girls like Lauren Southern, Ashley St. Clair, Sarah Stock, right? When you're too young to know the world and you immediately go into media and you're know-it-all preachy, and then 10 years later after you've actually dealt with some things, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's hard to live up to the idealism that you had when you're 20. So when you're getting divorced by 30 or when you're having, major issues, it's just very difficult to have that super trad wife influencer persona at the same time as having these standards that you will probably not live up to as you're trying to be a media person. That's what doesn't make any sense.
I want to rebuild a nuclear family because the left and modern feminism.
She wants to rebuild a nuclear family. Or do you want to go to Chernobyl to do that? You're going to rebuild the nuclear family? The nuclear family? Nuclear. She wants to rebuild the Chernobyl family, and everybody could be mutated into zombie bitches.
Has truly tried.
Dude, look at her hubby, dude. What he's trying to be the Chad meme? He's trying to get this hair I got, dude. He's trying to get my hair going. I need to give him some looks max and advice.
My name is Savannah Stone. I am a 19-year-old stay-at-home wife. That's what I'm best known for on social.
Oh, you're stay-at-home? How are you traveling around and doing gigantic TPUSA boss bitch conferences if you're a stay-at-home wife? I'm trying to understand that.
Social media. It makes me sad that when women are asked what their biggest goals and aspirations are in life, they're ashamed.
I'm conservative. Let me show you my titties almost. Just a little bit like that right there. This is like so conservative right now. I'll show you my titties.
To say that it's to be the best mother and wife that they can be. It makes me sad that when people ask me what
It makes me sad that when conservative OnlyFans girls try to show their titties, but they actually show you the whole titty. But it's like, really, if you were conservative, you would just show the top of the titty.
I want to do with my life, and I just say that I want to be the best wife and mother I can be. They say, well, you don't want anything for yourself. I mean, what do you do all day? I met my husband.
I be a boss babe, conservative bitch all day. Like, I'm so good at it too. That's what I do all day.
When I was 17 years old, and then a year later we got married. So I got married at the age of 18. And I just quickly realized the lies that modern feminism pushes on young women, that, we have to graduate high school and then we have to have this huge career and we have to go to college and get a degree and grind and kind of get our life together. and experiment in the dating pool, if you will, until we find our husband. And then you still want to work because, you know, you have to be independent and you can't rely on a man. Those are the lies that I was taught growing up. I was very feminist in high school, actually. I was quite liberal. Growing up throughout high school, I believed the lies that...
You know, another issue that I think comes up is that a lot of people think, and this is, again, part of that whole Protestant evangelical mindset, a lot of people think that being a trad wife, being a Christian, doing, you know, evangelical churchy things, it's all a performative thing that you do. It's all an external thing. Like, you adopt a set of propositions and then you do certain things like, oh, I speak at the conservative TPUSA event. I go on Instagram and I critique feminism. Like, none of that is conservative. None of that is doing conservatism. That's all just performative stuff, which really conservatism only makes sense if you're grounded in the right theology and your actual change happens in here. So the question isn't, does she put on a giant routine? The question is she actually submitting to her husband? Is he actually even a leader? We don't know that. But that's the problem with all of this stuff on internets, is we don't know these people's actual lives. We don't know if they're actually being and doing these things. So it's really makes the internet makes perfect sense for religion in the Protestant worldview, because the Protestant idea of it is essentially external performative actions. The internet is essentially adopting whatever persona you want to be on it, because it's like the new version of Hollywood, right? Used to be celebrities, now it's influencers. And there's no reason to have a connection between what's being presented and what's in the day-to-day life of the person. So I think in a lot of these people's mindsets, because they're in this evangelical performative world, they don't actually see that there's any disconnect here. They just think that, well, I mean, it's the same idea as like, I can go to church on Zoom. I can go to church on internet. I mean, I met a Protestant one time, we were talking and I was like, what do you think about, like, what church do you go to? What do you think about going to church? And I was trying to have this argument about, like, you actually have to have a building and the people and you meet together. And they were like, no, I don't believe that. I just go to church on YouTube. And I was like, what church do you go to on YouTube? They were like, I watch Joel Osteen. I'm not joking. I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, what's the problem with that? Why is that not going to church? I'm like, wow, dude. Oh, how do you even argue with that, right? So, hope you guys are understanding I'm making connections here between these people. Don't even know what religion is. Like, they think religion actually just is Discord, Roblox communion. Like, that's so far removed from anything approximating authentic Christianity that it's almost impossible to even explain or talk to a person like that. And you're like, are these people this dumb, or are they that cynical as a grifter to create a Discord to do grape soda Dorito communion? I'm not joking that JP and Mahler do Discord Roblox communion. You can't make this up. And it's just like, how do you even begin to speak to a person so divorced from history, from education, from reality, to Western civilization, to the history of the church? I mean, it's like there's a impenetrable gap of an abyss that you can't even hardly cross now.
modern feminism taught, and I actually wanted to go to law school and get a law degree. And I had no idea in my mind of being a wife and mother. And then I would kind of like joke here and there, like, haha, like, why am I even doing this? I just want to be a stay-at-home wife anyways. But then I'm like, you know what? I kind of do want to be a stay-at-home.
I don't know. He looks a little
Wife.
He looks a little sissy. I don't know, dude. But I saw that clip that went viral. Did you see that clip going around where it's a clip where a guy interviews a bunch of dudes and he says, hey, look at this guy. And he shows a picture of a random dude on a phone. It's a really funny clip. And then he says, do you think this guy's gay? And every dude says the other dude, yeah, he looks kind of gay, dude. And then they asked the guy who was in the picture that the previous guy said was gay. They ask him if the next guy looks gay. And every dude is like, yeah, man, that dude looks pretty freaking gay, dude. So maybe it's just a dude thing where they're like, that dude looks kind of gay. But I mean, he do look a little.
Have you tried putting on a sundress and cooking?
Whenever a dude looks a little too manicured, a little too pampered, dudes don't need to be pampered. If you're a dude and you look pampered, you look too coiffed, I'm like, that's a little gay, dude. Wait a minute. Don't tell me she just said cooking on Instagram. Oh.
Mother. And then I would kind of like joke here and there, like, haha, like, why am I even doing this? I just want to be a stay-at-home wife anyways. But then I'm like, you know what? I kind of do want to be a stay-at-home wife.
Have you tried putting on a sundress and cooking his favorite meal? Have you tried actually listening when he speaks? Have you tried
putting on a sundress and cooking his meal? This is the thing that everybody makes fun of about the LARPing trad wife people, right? Which is funny because it's like, oh, I don't really care about the actual internal change. It's just do a different action externally in a performative way, and then I'm a trad wife. This is like when 20-year-old Roman Catholic trad cat dudes dress up like medieval knights and Templars. Remember there was that one dude on Instagram, he claims he's Orthodox now, but his whole Instagram persona was when he was a trad cat, he wore like a crusader's outfit with an actual helmet and shit and would do his I'm like, I mean, I don't know if he's being funny or if he's being serious, but it's like, this is the actual attitude of like, it's like a costume. It's a performance. And why are you performing? Well, like, why are you trying? I mean, I get if you're trying to be funny and make an audience, but I'm not get an audience. I'm not talking about trying to be funny and get an audience. I'm talking about in your actual life, like, and maybe this is just something that happens when you're like 20. When you're 20, you're very interested in the ideals and you think, I will figure out the perfect way to live and then I will put on that costume and become that. And then then the world will work the way that I want it to because I'm 20 and I figured everything out. But then you realize that the world doesn't work according to what you want and your ideals. And you also have not figured out when you're 20 that people are not rational. People do not operate on the ideals or on logic or on the basis of critical thinking. Some people do, but that's the minority. Most people operate on emotion and what they want to be true, not what actually is true. Most people are not actively trying to conform to what reality is and how the world really works. They are living in a delusion and they are trying to make the world fit into what they think and what they want it to be, right? And that's a huge disconnect between a person who's 20 and a person who's in their 30s. Because by the time you're in your 30s, when you've gotten married or you've had kids or you're dealing with running a business, you've gone and traveled and seen the world to some degree, like you have a very different attitude than when you're 20. And there's nothing that you can do to make yourself have the mindset. If you're 20 right now, There's nothing that you can do to make yourself have the mindset that you'll have when you're 35. You just have to go through all these things. And that's why in the Bible, for example, you have a pretty consistent pattern of elders being actually elders and respecting the elder. All right. I'm not talking about boomer jokes and you make fun of boomers, you're a hypocrite. Yeah, but because you can also criticize generations. There's nothing wrong with it. The Bible does that pretty frequently. This is an evil generation. This generation has not listened to the Lord. A new faithful generation will come in the future. This kind of, like, that's biblical terminology, is fine. What I'm talking about is the change that's going to happen to you, whoever you are, from when you're age 20 to when you're age 35. I mean, my mindset's way different, dude. I'm way different. There's going to be elements of your personality that carry through identity over time. But a lot of your thought processes, a lot of the things that you're interested in, the things that you do, it's going to change massively, especially after you have a family or whatever. For example, I mean, I run a business. And this business has multiple facets and angles to it. My mode of operating in the world since doing this type of business is massively different than when I was 20 and I worked as a wage person for someone else's business. I see the world very different. I understand the world from a business owner and manager perspective versus the wage cuck perspective. It's very different. But there's no way to do that without having experienced both, right? Thank you for those super chats. I appreciate that, you guys. That's enough of this chick. I just thought this was a weird one that Jamie mentioned, that they're propping up these new people.
On you, I found his grinder.
The new generation of influencers, or whatever terms we want to use for the figureheads and the mouthpieces that they're presumably wanting to prop up next, and this chick appears to be one here.
What does the comment section look like of a happily married woman?
I hope you get divorced in 20 years. Your husband is gay. I hope he cheats on you. I found his Grindr account. You brainwashed Bim.
Dang, dude. I mean, looking at that dude, I mean, they might have actually found his Grindr account. I don't know. That was a weird one. Let's see.
Women going to Riley.
Do you think a married woman should go see men at concerts?
No. What I see on social media is women going to Riley Green concerts and then posting that they shaved their legs for this, just in case. And I'll go to their page and it's a married woman who's pregnant or has like 3 kids. Female lust is romanticized, but male lust is demonized.
That's actually a good point. However, I mean, like, are you traveling around as a boss babe though, speaking at all the TPUSA? Again, I just don't understand how these people are not seeing the disconnect between the TPUSA boss babes and the things that they're preaching.
Women can openly lust over a male celebrity on social media with no one saying anything about it. But imagine a man went to like a Tate McRae concert and videoed it and said, I
mean, who the hell are even these people? Like, I don't even know the names of these celebrities. Tate McRae. Who the hell is Tate McRae? I mean, what? But hey, she's making the same point we were just making about Fabio. So she gets 1 point for calling out Fabio, right? Tate McRae must be the new Fabio, dude. Right? So we called out Fabio because apparently if women read all the Fabio novels where some damn pirate shows up and just starts Fabio humping all the moms, it's okay. But if you saw an Instagram chick's yoga butt, you're evil, dude. You're evil. But it's okay because it's not an image, right? It's a novel. I wasn't looking at Fabio's gay pirate shirt. I was just reading about him sailing and taking me away. Tate McGay. Who's Tate McGay, dude? Tate McGay. Is he a country singer? A Canadian singer? Oh my gosh. Canadian singers? Oh, that's a girl, dude. Who is that? Tate McRae.
And videoed it and said, and went to like a Tate McRae concert and videoed it and said, I shaved my balls just for this. And you go on his
Oh, she's saying if I went to shave my balls for so Tate McGay could see my balls. She just pointing out the double standard, y'all. That's just a double standard.
anything about it. But imagine a man went to like a Tate McRae concert and videoed it and said, I shaved my balls just for this. And you go on his profile and he's got a wife and kids. What do you think the reaction to that would be?
You tell it, girl. You tell it. Who was the dude? Riley Green. That already sounds like it sucks, dude. Oh, of course, it's country. When the boots come off, hey dudes, go on. Ugh. He's from Alabama. In my mind, every country dude now it just sounds like Toby Keith. We'll put a boot in your ass if you don't worship Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam will go when your ass says, well. I can't stand Toby Keith, man. That dude was the worst, dude. And by the way, he was all pushing the stabbies, poor dude. And isn't Toby Keith no longer with us? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm saying like it's a shame too, because didn't he just? Because people were sending me his Instagram. They were like, big old Toby. He was pushing all of his stat. Yeah, he just died last year, like I said. Worship the military. Made all those god-awful torture songs about worshiping the military after 9/11 that I had to hear all the time. If you're in the South, you had to hear all this shit all the time. Ugh, torture, dude. Well, put a boot in your ass if you don't worship Uncle Sam and blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna lay it down, get triple boosted and get that thing in your booty. Yeah, I'm Toby Keith and I'm an American man and I'm blah, 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 blah. Yeah, exactly. This one is the worst, dude. Remember this? This is it. 100 million views. Good God, our country, man. We're so stupid in this country. And the Bible Belt, man, the Bible Belt are the worst. They're the worst. I'm not saying that they're the worst in terms of basic morals. No. The worst when it comes to the stupid ass propaganda worship, dude. Just worshiping the propaganda. You know that dude's a douchebag. Just look at his face. You know that dude's a douchebag.
My daddy served in the...
My daddy worshiped the military just like me. And if you don't kill the kids that are brown, you're gonna see. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know where I was going with that one, but yeah, they interject a bunch of military troop pictures. And this has always been the worst, dude. We worship the troops and then we kill the browns. And if you don't like that, then I'll shout you down. I'm an American man. I'm starting to realize I actually do a pretty good Toby Keith. That kind of actually sounds like him. But I don't remember the lyrics to this song. I hate this song too. This is always playing this stupid ass song everywhere you go. By the way, 4th of July is coming up, so we're gonna have to hear all of this stupid ass America worship shit. Every 4th of July, this comes around. We gotta worship the troops and worship America again. Worship Trump. And we worship Israel. 'Cause I read my Bible. Garth. I do. It's pretty funny that people invent these crazy conspiracy theories. Like Garth Brooks is a serial killer. Garth Brooks is a male to female transitioned serial killer with multiple personalities, and then they'll say it because remember when Garth Brooks had that alternate persona when he turned into a goth dude. I'm not joking. Remember, I don't know, like this is some kind of a weird country or a publicity stunt where you reinvent yourself. Lady Gaga did it. Beyonce did it. I want to say even Bob Dylan, a bunch of people have done this. It's so bizarre. It never works too. I don't know why they think that this is a good idea because it pretty much fails for everybody. What was his name when he turned? Remember this? He turned into some weird emo dude, and he was trying to be like a Slipknot looking dude or some kind of a Chris Gay. Chris Gay. Remember this? Chris Gaines. And then he tried to have a song, and it was basically, they must have shut this down because you can only find one video. Must have been an epic fail, dude. What were they thinking? What was I thinking? To quote Dierks Bentley, what was I thinking? Chris Gaines. I don't even remember what kind of music it was. Let's see what it was. Black boys on the street trying to do some thug. Being harassed by white men. That's definitely what's happening. Evil white racists persecuting black boys.
Maybe it's the movies, maybe it's the books, maybe it's the government and all the other crooks. Maybe it's the drugs, maybe it's the parents, maybe it's the gangs or the colors that we're wearing. Maybe it's the high schools, maybe it's the teachers.
All right. That's awful, dude. What a stupid ass idea. And I mean, didn't Garth Brooks already have like $16 zillion? Why do you even need to do this? Like, it's baffling. I don't understand. But I guess this was not a big hit because you don't really see much of this. And then remember Lady Gaga tried it where she came as a dude. That was probably a bunch of TRANZ propaganda stuff. What was her alter ego? Yeah, here it is. Joe Calderone. What? Ugh. She looking like a damn gay Ralph Macchio, dude.
She gets out of the bed, puts on the heels. She goes into the bathroom. I hear the water go on. She comes out of the bathroom dripping wet. She's still got the heels on.
I think maybe all the celebrities just go insane, dude. I mean, this is why people think the celebrities are MK Ultra multiple personalities, because they do these weird ass publicity stunts. By the way, some of them are actually probably are MK Ultra. I mean, even I was skeptical of some of that. And then when it came out, all that stuff about Britney's conservatorship, at the same time as Kanye was saying Harley Pasternak was his handler, and here's the text messages of him threatening to MK Ultra dose me. I'm like, oh, all right, maybe this really maybe it is that crazy. Like, I thought that was a little too much, but nah, maybe they are like literally handled MK Ultra. Now, I'm not all of them, because that's the thing, is it's hard to tell, because obviously a lot of these people are literally just on drugs, and they can't handle the fame and the money and the attention and the haters. So a lot of them actually just kind of go crazy, especially when you get like super famous. You'll notice this too with a lot of people that have gotten to that status of like mega famous. Like, and I'm not hating on Jordan Peterson. I want the best for Jordan Peterson. I hope he eventually, gets healed and comes around, to Christ. But it seems like for a lot of people that get to a certain level, it seems like when you start hitting like 10, 20, 30 million followers and you've got like, you know, $50 million, $100 million, $1 billion, like the more it goes up, the crazier people start going. You know what I mean? It's like, it seems like a tremendous responsibility that's just, it's too much for most people because what happens is they get surrounded by total sycophant yes men. So nobody ever puts them in check. So they don't have anybody to like bounce off their crazy shit from, right? Like they start thinking that they're Jesus. They start thinking, I'm serious. Remember Kanye went from like, he did a whole Bible where he was Jesus. And somebody should have been around and being like, dude, dog, you getting crazy. You're going crazy. Let's chill out. You're not God. You're just a dude. You're a rapper, dude. That's like not even near God. Okay, rappers like way down here. You're just a singer. Yeah, a lot of people like your music, but you're just a pop musician, dude. You're not a deity. But a lot of these people just, nah, dude, I'm freaking God, bro. I got $50 million. I'm God, dude. Who else can sing? What's that one Garth Brooks song? The one song I like from Garth. Hey, down. What's that one? How's it go? Standing outside the fire. No, I don't like that one. There's one Garth Brooks song I like. What's it called? Not Thunder Rolls. I think The Dance, that one might be okay. Call Baton Rouge, that's it. There's one Garth Brooks song I like. That one's okay. I spent last night in the arms of a girl in Louisiana. That one's okay, but it's like, all right, you got a couple of country songs, but you're not a deity, man. Chill out, bro. You're still mortal. You are a mortal person. You got a big 5-gallon hat, but you're not a deity, dog. I know a lot of people. We know you can fill up a stadium, but it's just a song, dude. It's just a song, bro. Yeah! I think I do like that Garth Brooks, The Dance song. I think I like that one all right. Let me see if this is one I like all right.
Looking back.
No, I don't like this.
I could.
No, I don't like any slow country songs. Those are the worst, dude. Ugh. It's like pain to my ears hearing slow country. Ugh. Torture, dude. MK Ultra, that's a Abu Ghraib special right there. That's the top 5 of Abu Ghraib. When they throw me in the damn Abu Ghraib, they're gonna be playing Garth Brooks all the time. See, the Illuminati already knows that if they're gonna break me, they already know. Illuminati's like, play Garth Brooks for him, then he shall be ours. We know the way to break this man. Play Garth Brooks. He will be ours. Anyway, where are we at? Officially Unintelligent, what's up? Rolf Stakes, what's up? New members. Milena, what's up? New member. Uncouth, what's up? Scottish, what's up? Chet in 1K, $10. Here's some money to help your 3 granddads pay that internet bill. Hashtag bless God Industries. Anti-retard, $10. Jay, what's up? I just joined. What are you speaking about? Did you react to JP and Andrew? No, I didn't know they had another. I thought they had, wasn't that last week? Is there a new one? Now everybody's debating Garth Brooks songs in the audience. D says for $5, when the reformers say the church went dark, by whose hands do they say caused it? Well, I mean, it would probably depend on which reformer, but I think most of them would just unanimously say it was the papacy, right? Because in the Reformation, they pretty much entirely turned their apologetic against the papacy, although they later had to also address the radical Reformation, right? Because both Luther and Calvin ended up having to argue with Servetus and Zwingli and all of these people that ended up being the radical reformers, the Anabaptists. And the Anabaptists and many of those people were the charismatics of that time. I just played Chris Gaines, man. Where you been at? Nick, Protestant be wild. Yes. JB Peltier, $20. The last 2 years have hammered home that those who climb up some other way than into the sheepfold are thieves. Ooh, I forgot about that verse. That is a great point. I didn't even think about that verse also being obviously applicable to the actual prescribed way to enter the church. Great point. There's a number of concepts that I've seen Protestants are just stealing from Orthodox, and that actually gives them credibility. This is very recent, and it's actually nuts. Yeah, well, a great example of that is IP and God logic using the monarchical Trinitarian model, which precludes the filioque, which means that all of their audiences are also not getting the point of monarchical Trinitarianism. Hey, good looking, what you got cooking? How's about cooking something up for me? Yes, I know all about Hank Sr. I literally was raised as on the knees of Hank Jr. Like, one of the earliest pictures of me is 3 sitting on Hank Jr.'s lap. I need to find that picture, by the way. Ephraim, $5. Even if it was just believing in the incarnation and the Trinity, you would need to connect this to the Trinity in a correct view, yes. And Protestants and Catholics don't have it, so therefore it's a different deity. Unfortunately, correct. Gorgna, I took my Tylenol. Tylenol is kind of dangerous. Mellow, $10. I want to give you some encouragement. Nearly 50 ex-Protestant guys at the gym in my area started going to the Orthodox Church and are now catechumen. 50 dudes from the gym? 50. Damn, dude. So I must be popular in the gym, because I hear a lot of people say, dude, I'm listening to you when I'm lifting weights and I'm laughing all the time about got killed. So be careful. We don't want to lose dudes when they start laughing at my voices. Don't kill yourself in the gym, because we got 50 bros just added from one gym. I'm taking over Planet Fitness, dog. Glad to hear it. That's crazy. 50 dudes from a gym, from one gym. He says from the gym in my area in Seattle, and of all places, Seattle, dude. Well, Seattle's so just god-awful shit lib that the gym bros are connecting. There's an underground revolution forming of gym bros right now. To thee we sing, says Jay, get a fancy spittoon. You know what? I might need to do that. But wouldn't it be funny to get, I'm going to start wearing a damn Garth Brooks cowboy hat. And I'll get a big ass copper spittoon from a saloon. I'll have a damn flusy, a lady of the evening just standing over here in the corner, and a damn spittoon and a 5-gallon Garth hat. Dude, if I did that, the whole Bible Belt would convert. I would convert the whole Bible Belt. Which is weird, because I don't know what that has to do with the Bible Belt, but it just sounds country, don't it? It just sounds country. It sounds country. He's got a spittoon. It sounds country. He's got a flusy too. It sounds country. I'll make it go ba-ding, and I'll spit into it. Ba-ding. We'll get a couple. No, I can't show no 6 shooters on a live stream. So, but you could show a flusy in one of those lady of the evening dresses. You know what I'm talking about? I better not pull that up. Well, you know what I mean. A saloon. By the way, as I love to point out, did you know that Baptist hymns are literally all the saloon songs? Absolutely 100% true. Isn't that crazy?
People are like, I don't like that secular music, but I love Baptist hymns.
Did you know the Baptist hymns music is all from the saloons of the 1800s? No, it ain't. Yes, it is. True story. Go ask a worship leader. Any worship leader in the know will tell you that. My baby left me for a Nephilim. I left them and she left me for a Nephilim. Saloon Flusy. Better be careful what we get here. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I'll get one of these women to stand behind me in the back. I'll have a 5-gallon hat. I'll wear one of those, remember those shirts that Garth used to wear in the 90s? Let's see if we can find a picture of one of those. Like that right there, like that black and white one. Dude, I'm going to come on a stream. I'm going to do it too. I'm going to come on a stream in this exact Garth outfit from 1993. And I'm going to blow y'all's mind when I do it too. Be like, what the hell's going on? He's gone country. Look at them boots. He's gone country. Who sings that? He's gone country. Look at them boots. He's gone country. I don't even know any more lyrics. He's an Indian outlaw. Half Cherokee and Choctaw. My baby, she's a Chippewa. She's a one of a kind. Bow. He's gone country. Look at them boots. Is that Alan Jackson? See, I don't even remember these 90s. All these 90s country singers. Remember this? She's been playing. See, Alan was he was calling out the phonies even in the 90s. My last chance, she's gone country. Look at him boots, she's gone country. Look at his cooch, he's gone country. Because he was singing about Chattahoochee's hotter than a coochie. Way down yonder in the Chattahoochee, it gets hotter than a hoochie cooch. A lot about living and a little about love. Tim McGraw. Now it's the whole chat's country now. The boot scooting boogie. Mellow Yellow. Did you hear that, you guys? That's so crazy. That's one of the craziest super chats I've ever seen. 50 Protestants converted from his gym, he says, to Orthodoxy. 50. FDA says the Montana people love, dude, if you think Montana people love country, one thing that I was surprised about when I was a kid, when we moved to California, right? Because I was 11 or 12. I'm from the middle of nowhere, tiny Tennessee town. And my dad went in the Navy and we moved to California. I could not believe that people in California, in San Diego, were all about country. I mean, it wasn't huge, but when we moved out there, my mom was homesick. So she would listen to, I don't remember the radio. It wasn't Froggy, but, Froggy. Like there was something like that in the 1980s. And I was like, man, I can't get away from these stupid ass country songs, dude. I kind of like country okay now that I'm older and I've grown up. But when I was young, I hated country, dude. I couldn't stand it. Anything you grow up with and you move away, you're like, oh, dude, country's so stupid. Like, I like rock and roll and techno and rap, dude. But now I'm told that pop country is everywhere. Like all over. Everybody loves this pop country stuff. By the way, the son of a country royalty person just reached out to me the other day, who is also a country person. It kind of surprised me. I was like, whoa. So shout out to said country person who I didn't even know was a listener. Shout out to him. Maybe we'll try to get him on sometime in the future. Let's see if he'll have a talk. He wants to go out and eat dinner. I said, come on a stream, dude. Let's talk country. Look at them boots. Let's talk country. Look at them feet. He's gone country. What if I sang into my foot? He's gone country. Look at them feet. He's gone country. People say, "Oh, he's trying to be sexual, showing his feet." Quentin Tarantino. The Tennessee Meemaw accent is like my grandmother from Milan. Milan, dude. I know all about Milan. Milan ain't far, dude. We used to play Milan in basketball in high school. And yes, that is the Tennessee accent. And if you're from Tennessee, we were watching, by the way, you guys been watching Cape Fear? Everybody's been hating on Spielberg, deservedly so. However, I have to admit, the Martin Scorsese Spielberg reimagining of Cape Fear has been pretty good so far. But as I'm sure everybody from the South is struggling to deal with, neither Patrick Wilson nor Amy Adams are capable of doing a Southern accent. And the weird part about it is that, like, every now and then Amy Adams can almost do the Southern accent, but then it goes away. And it's like, did she forget to do the Southern accent for like 30 minutes of the episode? And then she starts doing it again. And I don't know. It's funny. Like, nobody can do, very few Hollywood people can actually do a Southern accent. And the main mistake they make is they over exaggerate. They talk like this right here. Well, I'm from New Orleans. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. It's not that crazy, dude. What do you like? Nobody's that exaggerated in their Southern accent. I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana. Even remember when Nick Cage was trying to do it in this is one of the best in Con Air. That's my favorite, dude. Remember at the beginning of Con Air when he's voicing his letters to his daughter from the prison scene. It's just the scene itself, man. I remember the last time we watched this, I was just crying, laughing. I don't even know why. It's just so stupid and funny. Like, first of all, when he's walking in, all the prisoners are whistling at him like they're ready to to touch Nick Cage's butt. And I mean, I'm sure there's like, you know, prison butt buddy stuff is going on. Is it really like that though? Does every dude whistle at you as soon as you walk in? Because in every movie, the first scene is, okay, you're walking in and everybody is whistling at your booty, right? Right? This is every movie prison sequence. But the funniest part of this is when he gets into prison, for some reason, they thought it would be a good idea for him to voice over a letter that he's writing to his daughter about ho-hos and like Doritos or some shit. It's just like, I don't know what he's thinking, but do you remember this? Because he's never seen his daughter. Remember, this movie is so retarded. It is. I've been saying it for years. I actually think this might be satire. I don't even think this is a real movie. I think the movie has to be satire. It's so crazy. And then he sits down to write to his daughter, who he's never seen, who's like 5 years old, what prison life is like. Don't tell your 5-year-old daughter what prison life is like. And even if you're going to do that, he writes about junk food. Now I'm thinking that's product placement. Dear daughter, I know I've never talked to you, but do you like ho-hos, Twinkies, and ding-dongs as much as I do, and perhaps Doritos?
I think of you always. Your smile, your laugh. I'm not angry.
He's got a Bible with dice, though. I'm not angry at you. I'm like, I like how he's got a bent-up Bible that he's been reading the hell out of, and 2 dice. That expresses the duality of prison life. On the one hand, he wants to get right with God. But on the other hand, I sure do like a good game of dice and gambling.
Blame's gotta fall on me. I am, however, torn apart when I think that...
I am, however, torn apart. So what he's doing is not New Orleans. It's Georgia. He sounds like a person from Georgia. Right? Everybody laughs when I talk about the judge. I pronounce you, sir, guilty. right? That's the Georgia judge accent. I don't know why he thought that would be New Orleans. But see, people that are not from the South, they think everybody in the South has the same Southern accent. That's mistake number one. Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, New Orleans, it's all different Southern accents.
I won't be there to see how.
And now what's he doing here? He's doing damn National Treasure Tai Chi, dude.
A child come into the world, cradled in your arms, and a first smile.
He's poetic as hell, dude. Look, I told you. Doritos and Ho-Hos. I told you. It's funny, too, because he doesn't get Playboys. I want the off-road magazines, and I want some Doritos and some Ha-Has.
I got your package. Those pink coconut things have made me quite popular.
It's even worse because the daughter sent that. So the little girl sent Doritos and Ho-Hos to him. By the way, those are the worst, dude.
Met a guy just the other day, Baby-O.
The boys was trying to get into my booty. I had to give them the Ha-Has and the Doritos to stay out of my butt.
He sure does love them.
I made friends with the black boy. I give him the Ha-Has and the ding-dongs.
And now our daughter.
It's wholesome. Exactly.
Beautiful, Casey. I watch her grow in the pictures you send.
Watch her grow in the pictures. Even though that's not possible because the pictures are still to the image, I still tend to see her grow.
I showed him the Baby-O. His reaction was simple. He said, thank God you...
He's wholesome. Exactly. Most prisoners would have a bunch of, lingerie, Playboy, booby women hanging up, and he's just got his daughter.
Looks like a mama. I'd have to agree. It's funny.
Every day there's prison riots and everybody's getting raped, but I'm still surviving, thanks to your Ho-Hos and Doritos.
But here I am, in maybe the worst place on earth, and yet...
It kind of sounds like my version of Billy Graham. Please come down to the prison ministry. We've got Ha-Has and Doritos. If you give your life to Jesus and allow the National Football League to come into your heart, we'll give you hot Ha-Has, Starballs, and Doritos.
Somehow I feel like the luckiest man alive.
I was able to not participate in the prison riot today. I was able to eat Ha-Has and ding-dongs. I like how he just turns over and he's about to cry. He just rolls over and blocks his ears so he doesn't have to hear the crying. And then there's the kid's voiceover. This is so stupid, dude. Go back and watch Con Air. I promise you will not be dissatisfied. You will have your mind melted just at how ridiculous, dude. Is this a Michael Bay movie? I feel like it's got to be Michael Bay, dude. I mean, who else could make, or Jerry Bruckheimer? Is Jerry Bruckheimer, maybe it's a Michael Bay and Jerry Bruckheimer joint. Let's see. By the way, I can do Cyrus the Virus too perfectly, if you don't remember, if y'all forget that. That's one of my favorite impressions to do. Cyrus the Virus, Nick Cage, and Philip Seymour Hoffman, even though he's not in this. Is it? Let's see who did it. Yeah, I knew it. Jerry Bruckheimer. This was my senior year, too. This was the biggest movie, dude, of like the 90s. In 1997, man, this was like, whoa, dude. This was massive movie, dude. Listen to her doing a voiceover.
Daddy, I started today at the Little Sunshine Daycare Center. My teacher is Miss Gordon. She's nice. We go.
I'm able to provide you with all of the Ho-Hos and the ding-dongs and Doritos that you need, Daddy. Although it's time that this comes at a price. I'm going to need something in return if I'm going to keep sneaking into my packages all the Ho-Hos and ding-dongs. What can you get me in return? Perhaps a pack of Marlboros.
Go to playtime, and we all have to hold hands when we walk there.
Dear Casey, it was so good to read your letter. I'm glad you like your teacher.
Dear Casey, I'm glad you like your teacher. Anyway. By the way, Javier Bardem, dude, he's killing it as Max Cady, dude. He's killing it. There's not a lot of shows that I even care about but I have to say, Widow's Bay and Cape Fear are good. There are two so far good TV shows on right now, which I don't watch hardly any of it, but because it's almost all garbage. But again, man, are you guys watching Cape Fear? It's pretty good. It's crazy, dude. They were like, okay, Robert De Niro was good as Max Cady. It's going to be, and I don't like Robert De Niro, but how are we going to top Robert De Niro as this insane, charismatic psycho freak? Because if you remember, this ties us in, this perfect like tie-in with charismatic shit. Do you remember that when Robert De Niro is Max Cady, he's a Pentecostal? I always thought that was awesome that they made him into do you remember he talks in tongues? He's doing Shakta Labikioku as he's like running around killing people. It's awesome. Let me see if I can find this scene. Yeah, here it is. Watch this. Oh, I want the part where he's talking in tongues, though. Oh, he's into philosophy too. That's other weird part. We need to do analysis of Cape Fear. We need to do the new one and this one. I don't really care about the old one, but I mean the Robert De Niro one's good. Do you guys remember that he's doing a bunch of like he's reciting a bunch of philosophy stuff?
I ain't no white trash piece of shit. I'm
Counselor,
telling you all.
Come out wherever you are, counselor.
Oh. How can I learn you? How can I read you? How can I thank you? And I can out philosophize you.
I'm gonna make that my intro sound. That's gonna be my sound on my soundboard, dude. We're gonna clip that. I can out philosophize you. That's awesome. But where is him talking in tongues, though? We got to get that. Is it here? No, this isn't it. Does anybody have do they know? Do you remember when the clip is where he does tongues? Shaktalabikioku. But I'm going to have to say, I'm starting to think Javier Bardem, he's about to surpass. I'm being serious. They're making him actually crazier than Robert De Niro version. If you've been watching it, then you know what I'm talking about because he's off the hook, dude. He's unchained.
Where are you from?
Where am I from?
Yes.
You're gonna love this.
Yes.
I'm from Georgia State Correctional Facility in Miami.
But where's he talking in tongues at, dude? Shaktalabikioku. Oh, is it when he drowns? Oh, it is. That's right. When he's drowning. He's like, I'm going to show you I got the Holy Ghost. I'm going to start talking in tongues. Let's see if we can find it. Oh,
Well, here we are, counselor. Just counselor. Two lawyers working it out.
All right. Is it when he's sinking into the water? Doesn't he start talking in tongues?
Oh, Jordan, snowman, back stand. Oh, who will come with me?
Now he's singing sailor songs.
For the promised land.
Where is he speaking in tongues, though? He's just singing.
Oh, who will come with
Yes, here it is. This is the part where he's speaking in tongues right here. He'd be like, Shaktalabikioku. Somebody needs to clip that. Jim Bob or somebody needs to clip that and use that for talking in tongues. Oh, shaka, let me kill you. Anyway, how do we get onto all this? I don't even know how do we get onto this? We're talking about TPUSA, goobers, and all this stuff. Shaka, let me kill you. All right, let me see. Let's get catched up. Let's get catched up on super chats. Shakta Labikioku. Paul says, I want to read the church fathers. Where should I start? Should I start with Harriet Tubman? Yes. Start with Marcus Garvey and then move to I just went blank. Who's the fat black dude? Al Sharpton. You got to start with Marcus Garvey, then move up to Al Sharpton, and then read Billy Corson, and then read Harriet Tubman in that order. David, what's up? I can't remember. Ravingsworth, R.A. Lovingsworth. Greetings. I hope you're enjoying the ho-hos and ding-dongs and Doritos. XOXO says, I have a friend that's deeply involved in the William Branham cult. They say that they are the message believers. Could you go into that? Every time that we've done the charismatic Pentecostal topic on the stream, people say, can you go into that? And we've done it several times. The problem is that it's in the members section, I think, and I just can't remember. But yeah, we've done that at least twice. Blink says, I heard you like shoes and you like money. I need 7 figures. Doku says, I ain't got much to give, but I love you. Well, you ain't got to give, man. I appreciate that. Inhaling Crows. Tyler Murphy, what's up? Became members. I'm out of coffee, dude. We still got a bunch of KGB stuff I want to get to. Tyler, what's up? JB Peltier says, I was 25 and I was thinking about starting an online cult. Well, at least you're honest about it. Just make sure you got a 5-gallon. Let's start a Garth Brooks cult, dude. Get a 5-gallon hat and get this black and white checkered. Oh, it's Masonic, dude. Garth Brooks a Masonic checkerboard. Illuminati confirmed, dude. Illuminati confirmed. He's got a checkerboard. MC Romex, $20. In regard to James White's RV, and here is for the Badass Jet Ski Fund. Oh, that's an old joke, dude. Thank you. Once you get some crystals, put up a dream catcher, get some tie-dyed tapestry, and then you might get that 1 Bitcoin. That's a good idea. I like that. We'll try to speak to the psychonauts. Get some of that psychonaut Bitcoin. Nobody. The Boys was a gross show. I never watched that. I knew it was going to go woke, right? Because when the first season came out, people were like, "Oh, you should check out The Boys." I was like, they're all going to be gay in the next season. They did an excellent job exposing non-denominational evangelical. Just watch Righteous Gemstones, dude. Come on now, get your ass on out here, Uncle Baby Billy. Uncle Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers. Shut up, nerd. Is there anything funnier than Baby Billy? I mean, dude, that's one of the best characters of all time. Uncle Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers. You're a toilet baby.
Good option for psychology.
Well, my mama didn't have none of that stuff when I was born.
Yeah, but you was a toilet baby.
That's because you was a toilet baby.
Yeah.
A who what? A toilet baby. See, Tiffany's mom was obese. Went through her entire pregnancy without even knowing she was pregnant. Ended up pushing this one out when she sat down to do her bathroom visits, just like, Tiff just plopped down like a little old turd, just right down in the bowl. Hey,
Dude, every one of Baby Billy's lines is like quotable, dude. The last season was not the funniest season, but Baby Billy still had some good lines.
Hey, what? Stop.
I hate that damn nanny.
Not me. Lionel, here, play with Daddy's truck. Right up here, open these doors. What the fuck is Sola?
She's changing.
What's she changing for? Ain't nobody give a fuck what she's wearing. She's the nanny. We ain't paying her to put on fashion shows. We're paying her to nan.
Okay.
We're paying her to nan. Anyway.
Sola!
Here she is.
I got dressed.
She's getting dressed.
You been gone this whole time, and that's the outfit you decided to put on? Look here, take these kids so we can enjoy this meal.
Come here.
And don't forget this one.
Thank you,
Here, you can
Sola.
have this one.
Danke.
All right, go.
Danke.
Go, get out. Go. I hate that nanny. Fucking kraut, wherever the fuck she's from. I'm hungry.
Anyway. Where are we at? What was I doing? Flavius, $20. This sounds like David Wood post Hammer. You talking about Garth? Garth Brooks does? Finn, $10. Would you consider doing a deep dive on Ayn Rand Atlas Shrugged? Actually, I do intend to do Atlas Shrugged, and it will be part of the Global Elite book series, believe it or not. I thought, you know what? Lit fiction, yeah, but actually it kind of counts as part of the Global Elite series. So you actually read my mind. I do intend to do either Fountainhead or Atlas Shrugged as part of the Global Elite book series. Fixated Fixer. Did you ever see the collab between Hank Williams, Hank 3, Anton LaVey's grandson, and Manson's granddaughter? No, I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that Hank 3 was into occult stuff. I've never talked to him. He was friends with the techno chick that I almost dated one time. They were pretty good friends, but I never met or talked to Hank 3. But I'm not surprised that he did a song with Marilyn Manson has a granddaughter. How old is Marilyn Manson, dude? He's got grandkids. What the heck? My mind is still the 90s, dude. So when I hear people's got granddaughters, it's like rockers got grandkids. Is it this one? Oh, here it is, right here. Now this is some Glenn Danzig, Hank the Third, and Stanton LaVey. Oh man. And no, the person that reached out was not Hank the Third, by the way. The person that reached out was a different country royalty dynasty person. But no, this doesn't seem like something I would like. I've never been into like death metal or like cringe Satan metal. That stuff is so fake and gay to me, dude. Ryan says, have you seen Casinos Will Be Churches? Like a song or something? You have parentheses around it like it's a talk or a song. What is that? Let's see. What is that? I don't see. All I see is Catholic Mass in a casino.
I love the idea of Mass in a casino.
Oh my gosh, dude. This is the ultimate Novus Ordo boomer thing. Roman Catholic Novus Ordo in a casino. You can't make this up, dude. Look at this.
Come not expecting it to be religious.
Oh my Lord, you got us. It's all boomers, dude. Look. But I guess that's all of anybody who's even in Las Vegas except for boomers anyway, right? Well, there are some Gen X though, because what was funny was last time we were there for Hodge Twins and all that. Remember y'all, I was live streaming when I was telling y'all about it. I was up in we were at the MGM high rise and I keep hearing this doom, 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 doom. And I'm like, what is that? And I went out on the balcony and Little John was down there playing the pool at the MGM. I was like, what is going on? I looked down over the balcony. It's like, what? Yeah. What? Yeah. Okay, what? Yeah. Doom, doom, doom. What? Yeah. I'm like, what year is this, dude? Is this 1997 again? And it was Little John down there at the pool. I'm like, what universe am I in? So there is a Gen X contingent that I guess is keeping Vegas going, but the rest of Las Vegas is boomers, dude, and a bunch of Chinese people everywhere.
My Lord, you gotta save this place.
Visited here in 1991 before there was any thought of a church here. In early 92, they were petitioning the diocese to get a priest down here. There have been 6 priests that have been here in Laughlin in all the intervening years. And in 2008, when I was making the move to go from...
He's got a broke arm because the mafia shook him down. He was trying to keep some of that communion. The mafia demands about a 10% cut of the communion plate. And Father Boomer over here got his arm broke because he wasn't paying his dues, dude.
I had visited here in 1991.
Look, they roughed him up. Father Ernick learned the hard way from Joe Pesci.
Lawyer. And he always said, well, why don't you become a lawyer? And if you don't like it, you can become a priest. And I said, well,
this is the most boomer Novus Ordo thing I've ever seen. Casino mass. Wow. Somebody needs to send this to all the Tradcat websites like Novus Ordo Watch and all that, where they make fun of all the the worst Roman Catholic and the Novus Ordo masses. I think we're gonna have to save the World Council of Churches and the KGB and the CIA talk for the next time, because it doesn't fit. All this retarded shit we've been talking about for the last hour is not going to fit with that to get all serious. We're too silly now, dude. We've gone off of the deep end into pure silly. I can't get all serious. A bunch of boring. It's not boring to me, but boring to the people. People are speculating what country person was messaging me the other day. I'm not going to say. The papal, well, it turns out, because I've been reading this book's awesome, by the way. I'm already over 100 pages into Vatican Spies. This book is great. And turns out Cardinal Spellman was the Vatican, CIA, and Mafia Connect. I mean, Cardinal Spellman was doing it all, dude, as he's doing OSS missions. And some people have alleged, by the way, that he might have had some buddy friends, too, that might have contributed to it. I mean, none of that shit's unbelievable now, right? Like, anytime I hear, did you know Cardinal Spellman might have been gay? I'm like, you mean, I'm surprised anybody thinks that they weren't gay. But, yeah, this is the most boomer thing I've ever seen right here, dude. Casino mass. Ugh.
Work up here.
I think it's great.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yes, especially with Father Charlie.
Yes.
Yeah, we think it's cool. We run the parish council here at the casino.
Here with Father Charlie, we come out here.
Dude, it's a sea of gray hair. It's a sea of old women puffs, the puffy white hair. That's all it is. See what I'm saying about boomers are just destroying everything? Like I said earlier, it's not Aleister Crowley that's invoking the Antichrist and mystery. It's the boomers are invoking it.
At least once a month.
He's entertaining, it's not just like Bremen's Firestone, you know what I'm saying?
It's not Brims and Firestones. Brim and Firestone. Brim and Firestone. Is that like, I don't know what Brim is, but like Firestone tires? You got boomers over like, it ain't Brim and Firestone. Brim and Firestone.
Bremen's Firestone, you know what I'm
Bremen's Firestone. It ain't Bremen's Firestone, it's entertainment. And by golly, if I'm in Vegas, that's what it's going to be there.
In there as well.
Look at that, it's all boomer. It's hard to believe this is real, but like, I mean, I don't want to hear any Roman Catholics bitching about mega churches when you've got Boomer Casino Church.
I remember my first day at chaplain school.
And every Roman Catholic has to say that, well, this is just as valid as the traditional Latin Mass, right? This is just as reverent. It's just as valid.
Which is
It's just as much brimming spire stones as the rest.
Kind of the chaplain's equivalent of basic training. We showed up the night before, were assigned a roommate, and we found ourselves out on a field at 5:15 the next.
I like it that Father just tells stories, you know. It's not brimming firestones, it's just stories, you know. By the way, this is all Yankees too. You'll hear him talk. It's the damn Yankees everywhere too.
Couple of mobilizations.
This one was in the Monte Carlo, the old Monte Carlo, which is now the...
And the church has a collection of old slot machines, of course. Oh my gosh, dude, this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. Look at that ugly Novus Ordo parish.
For two of our weekend masses, the 6 o'clock on Saturdays and the 8 o'clock on Sundays, we use the casino.
Dude, what will happen to the... When the boomers are gone in 10 years, when they pass on, who is going to be keeping the Novus Ordo churches alive? Seriously, like they're gone, dude. This whole audience is boomer. This church is going to be closed, dude, or it's going to become just a casino. But Gen X and Gen Z, Gen X, the only people that go to Vegas, so
God game. And
after that, it's over, dude. Look at this.
The spirit of Mass in the casino. One of our parishioners said, once you close the doors, it's a church. You're able to worship God.
Look at the boomers are doing charismatic. Oh my gosh, dude. Only in America, right? This is like, wow. I don't know what's worse. Motorcycle biker church that we saw last time from the boomers. Remember that? Boomer puppet ministry church. Remember this? Let's do this again. Because look, Protestants, you ain't no better. Boomer puppet ministry, puppet church. Oh my gosh, dude. This is crazy, dude. It's hard to believe this is real. This is all just atheism factory, man. So, Ryan, thank you so much because you weren't intending to show me Boomer Casino Church, but your super chat accidentally led me there. That was crazy. Derek says for $20, did you ever see the movie Basketball? Basketball? Yo, I seen White Man Can't Jump. You ever seen that? I vibe with that one because I feel like when I played basketball, I was the 3-point shooting white dude. That's what white, they made the 3-point for white dudes, right? It's like, look, how we got to get these white dudes more involved in the game. It's not fair. So we're going to make a 3-point line for the white dudes. I'm joking. Well, I don't know what the movie Basketball is. Let's see. Basketball movie. Oh, you talking about Space Jam? You talking about basketball? Oh, Trey Parker, Matt Stone. Okay, I remember this coming out. I've never seen it though. It looks like it's stupid. Is it funny or is it actually funny or just stupid?
To us, dude. I'm not gonna cave in, dude. Well, I guess you've got a point there.
Is this what you're talking about? I don't know. A lot of 90s comedies, man, very few of them hold up. Who is she?
Trey Parker.
Matt. That voice, dude. I mean, I get it. Some of the episodes of, you know, what am I thinking of? Basketball. I know, I get it. But I hate that voice of that character from South Park. Yes, there's some really genius, funny South Park episodes, but I absolutely hate this voice. Mainly because everybody in the 90s, just like with Beavis and Butthead, they thought that if you just do that voice forever and ever and ever, it's funny. And it's just started wearing on me. It's the Kenny voice from South Park. Oh man, it's so annoying. Jay, you and Jim Bob are funny. You're hilarious. You answered the question I pondered about orthodoxy. Thank you so much. Much love. That's great, man. But I've not actually seen this movie. So are you saying it's funny? I'd give it a shot. But just so many '90s movies are just. It's weird too because I don't really understand why humor changes, but it does. But I don't know why. Like, let me think about what is still funny from the '90s. I mean, yeah, Dumber and Dumber is still kind of funny, but what is still funny from the '90s? Let's think about it. I remember the last time I watched Austin Powers. I think it was Goldmember. I've never paid attention to Mike Myers' facial expressions, and they were actually making me laugh pretty hard because I would never paid attention to that. So Jamie and I rewatched Goldmember like 4 years ago, and I was like, that was actually pretty funny. It was funnier than I expected it to be. Like Ace Ventura, everybody thought that was really funny in the '90s. I don't feel like that would still be funny. Seems like it would be just really stupid. I never thought Something About Mary was funny. I didn't think that was funny. What else is... See what I mean? Like, not many of these hold up. I doubt that... we watched Tommy Boy maybe 5 years ago. It had a couple funny parts. It was okay. Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan, there's no way that could be funny. Like Adam Sandler movies, I haven't watched an Adam Sandler movie since the 1990s. I don't know if it would hold up. Encino Man, it had a couple funny parts. It was still kind of funny. Wayne's World, I don't feel like Wayne's World would. Maybe it would still be funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm not being fair. It just seems like a lot of 90s stuff is just 90s. You know what I mean? It's not gonna hold up. Because it's a different world. Like the world is totally different than the 1990s. I remember thinking that back in the 90s, I thought Jim Carrey in Cable Guy was really funny. But I don't know if it would still be funny. So I don't know. You know what? I did not think... We tried watching Night of the Roxbury. It was not funny. It was not funny. Yeah, Dirty Work can be funny. I mean, the one Norm Macdonald movie is pretty funny. You think Happy Gilmore holds up? Okay. Well, maybe I should give Happy Gilmore another shot. Cable Guy does hold up. Dumb and Dumber is still funny. We should give Dumb and Dumber another shot. I haven't watched that since the 90s, I don't think. Mrs. Doubtfire, dude. Ugh. I got to be honest with you. I've never thought Robin Williams is funny. I don't get it. You have to be joking. Sister Act was hilarious. That's got to be a troll, dude. There's nothing with Whoopi Goldberg in it. There's nothing that could be funny with Whitney Goldberg. There's no way. Office Space, yes, that would hold up as still funny. I mean, it's got to be elite tier 90s to actually hold up as still funny. Office Space would hold up. I know that's funny because I saw that not too long ago. That was pretty funny still. Flubber. No, dude, come on. You guys, I thought better of you guys than this. Ace Ventura is still funny? Really? Oh, Idiocracy is definitely, but that's not 90s. Idiocracy is like 2001 or 2, isn't it? Yeah, Idiocracy is 2006. So there are some 2000s movies that still hold up. I'll tell you what was really funny that I didn't expect watching it like 10 years later. Pineapple Express is still funny. That was really funny. I know. Nobody likes what's his face. If you set aside Flubber, you guys actually like Flubber? You can't be serious. Come on now. You guys are just trolling me now. I think Groundhog Day is good. It's not funny though. It doesn't make me laugh. It's a very serious sort of weird comedy. Baby kids. Pineapple Express is funny. You have to admit that's funny. Come on, dude. Yeah, Idiocracy is manifested into reality, dude. Kelly says for $20, Jay, thank you for showing women the error of their ways. You're welcome. I'm always down to do that. Jonathan Kelly says for $5. Do they do cheese pizza, grape soda, communion, these sickos? You'd have to ask JP and Mahler. M Scrolling says for $20, this is my first ever super chat. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Can I take my helmet off? I have to laugh. This is much needed. Be careful if you're at the gym, because apparently people listening to the gym almost kill themselves when they start laughing. They let the bar fall on them. Non-fake Blake says the same exploitation brainwashing tactics that they use to make men feminine is exactly how they're brainwashing all the women into being masculine. Absolutely. Tavistock. Exactly. Fergalicious says, this all reminds me of the Amazon Prime series, The Boys. Which thing? Arborg says, here's some money from BB in Tel Aviv. Thanks, dude. I didn't know we had Middle Eastern friends and supporters like that. JB says, functionally treating Jesus like a meme, like evangelical girls do, is like trying to get to go viral. Yeah. Nobody says for $5. Boys was gross, but they did a good critique of evangelicals. Okay, yeah, I missed that. Sorry. Josh says Doritos and Ho-Ho's Andrew Callahan Snake Church video. What is that? Is that real? You got to be joking. Doritos and Ho-Ho. Who's Andrew Callahan? I'm thinking Andrew Schultz. Who's Andrew Callahan? Oh, the guy that does the Channel 5 news, and then he goes to Snake Church. See, this does exist, right? Everybody hears about this, and the internet loves this whole lore of like the crazy Snake Church people. I don't know about one in Tennessee. I mean, if you go to East Tennessee, I bet you could, right? Because didn't Jesco White go to a snake handler church? Remember, Johnny Knoxville made that documentary about that crazy tap dancing dude, Jesco White. I think, didn't he go to a snake handler church? By the way, we watched a good independent movie about a snake handling church. I forgot what it was called, but it was pretty good.
I can tell you that I was diagnosed with hepatitis C. There was no question about it. This old boy had it. About a week before I had to go in and start getting my treatment, the spirit fell down in this little place. Woo! When I went back, the doctor said, you don't need no...
What? Dude, grandma's on the drums. And she's wearing an Orthodox priest hat with Mima on the drums, dude. This is crazy. What the heck, dude? All right, we got to watch this whole thing. We got to save this for later, dude. Put it in the save for laters.
treatment, boy, because I can't find it in this system.
By the way, you understand that this is no different than all the rest of the Pentecostals. Just because you don't have a snake there, you're not any less crazy. It's the same goober delusion, dude. All of you.
Hey, there's healing power.
Look how sweaty that dude is. And he's not even sweating out of his arms like most people. He's sweating out of his elbow, dude.
Hey, it don't take God all day to do it. Right then, God.
We will walk in the name of the Lord our God forever and ever.
Broken ribs. I know he healed me.
So do you keep any anti-venom around here?
Yeah, his name is Jeeves.
Oh, man.
What's up, guys? We're live in Squire, West Virginia at the House of the Lord Jesus. This is a small snake-handling church ran by a local pastor named Chris Wolford. Chris is up there doing his thing.
Got a little bit of Alex Jones in him right there.
We're going to talk to the people and figure out how to keep faith during these trying times.
For real, dude. Turn the AC on. We're all boiling up in here. You know what? It's going to smell like onion and like hell up in there too.
Let's get into it.
It's going to smell like onion and undies in there.
I was 12 years old when I had my surgery, brain surgery, and they didn't think I was going to make it. And I'm a walking miracle. If there's anything I could do for Brother Chris, I would do it. I'd lay my life down for him.
What was the brain condition that you had?
Malignant brain tumor. Wow. Malignant brain tumor. They thought I was going to die. I couldn't have found no better church than this church here.
What about this church in particular appeals to you?
The healing, the Word of God.
When I was 5 years old, I had a garden hoe in my head. I went to doctor, specialist.
A garden hoe in her head? Whoa. What the hell is going on in West Virginia where people are getting garden hose stuck in their head, dude? Seems like there's maybe prior issues of violence that need to be addressed versus the snake handler. How do you get a garden hoe up in your head, dude? What?
And they said I would never get rid of my headaches. Went and got prayed for, and my headaches has left, and I've never had a headache since. And when you can come down this road, you can feel something and want you to stop at this church.
How would you?
Oh, man. Dang, dude. I don't know if I got the energy to do much more of Snake Handle Church, but thank you for that super chat. We're going to save that for next time. That does look like prime religious information that we need to cover. We love covering cults. We've been covering the cults for so many years. Andy Sturkowitz, $5. Here is to the Pope of Byzantium, one day communing with Bishop Dillamonkey of Byzantium. That man is aware of some of the lesser known lore that perhaps one day we might send missionaries over into Byzantium and convert Bishop Dillamonkey and make him adjacent to and in a political religious alliance with Byzantium. Know-it-all side of the argument, $10. One day we should all have every evangelical pastor under the same scrutiny as the Church of Acts, where they pocket any money meant for the churches and you immediately get struck down. I like that man's religiosity right there. That's a man that knows how to do a true reformation. Just lightning bolt reformation. Just strike them down. Fixed fixer. Fixated fixer. Sorry, this is a Charlie Manson song that Hank 3 Stanton LaVey sang. I thought it had Charles Manson's offspring in it. Charles Manson's song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Would you rather go to Boomer Puppet Church or Snake Church? That's a tough call, dude. I don't see that song. Where's it at? What's the name of the song, dude? Only song I know about Charles Manson is the Charles Manson rap that I sing. That's the only Manson song I know about. Zet, why do you not read super chats verbatim? Because I'm tired and my mind is mush after 3 hours of live stream and I'm in a hurry. You get the summary, dude. You send me a 1 Bitcoin super chat, I'll read it to the T, jot and tittle, dog. How's that? Josh says, Doritos and ho-hos, yes. Ortho says, look up Ace Ventura Middle Earth. I'm too tired, dude. I'm too tired for that. Ha 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 hilarious says for $50. Did you read the Book of the New Sun by Jack Vance? Book of the New Sun. Jack Vance. I've never heard of that. What is that? Book of the New Sun. Book of the New Sun explained. Is this it? Is this some kind of comic book Sun Tzu shit? What is this?
Imagine just for a second the most confusing series you've ever read. Or, you know what even the most confusing book you could possibly even think of. Now, Take that book and bury it under layers of shifting revelations and recontextualizations, archaic vocabulary, and multiple types of time travel, including aging backward. Multiply.
No, I don't know about this. I've never heard of this. This sounds kind of interesting. Sounds like it's kind of like Dune or something, like crazy sci-fi, like Dune.
That by a handful of Lovecraftian horrors, all told by an unreliable narrator who is 33% torture, 33% philosopher, and 34% libido. Now,
this sounds crazy as hell. So yeah, we'll just add this to the crazy as hell bin. We need to check it out. What do you think about it? Also, thank you for helping me convert to Orthodoxy. Well, thank you, Hilarious. I'm not familiar with this. This is something I've never heard of. Ryan says, Andre Auto-Tunes Casino will be a church. Banana up the butt, $20. Jay, I know you have the Tower of Basil on your reading list. There's also the IG Farben Standard Oil book. It's insane, and it's part of the CEO. The CEO of Farben was on the BIS board. Interesting. And I just re-examined the BIS chapter in the Two World Wars and Tiny Mustache Man book too, because, BIS came up in the Vatican Spies book. So what I'm noticing about a lot of these texts is all of these books that we've been reading the last couple of years like this, they're all kind of mentioning some of the same material, but then they're adding little interesting details that are not in the other books. So I've not yet seen anything grand narrative new that I didn't already know, but I am noticing in a lot of these texts that they're tying in new details and new connections. That's kind of the bigger, and most of the other stuff is getting kind of reconfirmed, right? So there's a lot of Gladio in here. There's a lot of Opus Dei. There's a lot of new information, but nothing huge. But it's going to be a really good one. This one's good. And the other thing I went through, I spent like a half of the day on the Matrokin archive. I'll show you what we're going to talk about. It doesn't make sense to add it into this retard stream that we just did. But so I have the actual book on the way, but I got the PDF right away. Matrokin archive, KGB and the World, part 1, not part 2. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Sword and Shield, Matrokin Archive, and this is a Western establishment book. So we're gonna notice as we work through this chapter, which shout out again to Matthew Nami. He does the Orthodox History blog. He covers a lot of these subjects. I don't know him personally other than DMs, but he does. I'm sure you guys have seen, we've referenced this website many times for sources. He covers a lot of, pretty much all he covers. The Orthodox history relating to like intelligence stuff, which pretty much nobody else except for me does that. Me and him. We're like the only ones that do it. Of course it doesn't come up, freaking stupid thing. Yeah, this is the blog here. So it's not all intelligence stuff, but a lot of it is. So this one is about Stalin and Moscow Patriarchate. But if you guys remember a couple years ago, he said that this is very important in regard to the Democratic Party and their connections with the Greeks. It's not just the Democrats. Obviously, like Trump has the same sort of relationship with Elpidophoros, right? But there's quite a few entries over here relating to the rise of the CIA's involvement in particularly the Greek, the EP. There's a lot of that. But he did some posts a couple years ago where he was highlighting the declassified communiques between Athenagoras and the State Department and the CIA. Right. So, we've mentioned this probably 20 times in previous podcasts, but he messaged me and said, hey, you need to check out the section in the Matrokin archive. There's a really lengthy, in-depth chapter on World Council Churches, KGB, NKVD, CIA, Uniates, and the Cold War. And I just did that chapter the other day, and yes, it was very, very enlightening. A lot of awesome information. We're gonna do a separate stream on that. It just needs to be its own thing, and we'll probably look at some of his articles too when we do that stream. But let me. By the way, I did want to mention, since this is all over the news, the GRAPE situation that just came out in terms of that UK report. Isn't it interesting that Leo hasn't said a whole lot lately, at least not in the news, and then suddenly out of nowhere, Leo, after this report comes out about the thousands of grapes of ISLAM in the UK, Leo comes out and says, we shouldn't just deport all the Muslims. Don't remigrate the Muslims. So as David says, it's not a coincidence. The publishing of the inquiry, Leo is basically saying that he doesn't care how many innocent people get violated. You have to care for these people because of ecumenical dignity. So again, proving that this is geopolitical psyops by design. The papacy absolutely is on board with this, constantly supporting it. Oh, but sometimes they say a good thing. Yeah, that's called doublespeak, dummy. Alexander, $12. Thank you for your work, Jay. The content gave me the push that I needed to turn Orthodox. Do you have any videos on the Croatia-Serbia conflict? Yeah, we have covered that in the past. But I don't remember which member section video it is. But yes, we did at least 2 podcasts covering that. Intergo Armada. We love the cult stuff. Maybe do an SDA adjacent topic. 7-Day Adventist. They have probably intelligence connections. Well, look, it's turning out that there's no religion or cult that doesn't have an intelligence connection. I mean, that's what I've come to, is like they all do. So, for example, I forgot about this book. Somebody sent me the PDF of this book like 10 years ago. I totally forgot about it, and then it came up in my memory because I noticed that I had a Swedenborg manual. I just noticed the other day in my library. I was like, I forgot I had this manual, The Teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg. And then I remembered, wait a minute, he was supposed to be a spy. And this woman, this academic, wrote this 800-page book. Marcia Keith Schuchard wrote an 800-page volume on Emanuel Swedenborg's career as a secret agent. Her book is called Emanuel Swedenborg, Secret Agent on Earth and Heaven. Study of Swedish political diplomatic history in the 18th century with constant reference to the life and times of the famous Swedish scientist and cult leader Emanuel Swedenborg. Disputing the subtle portrait of him as a scientist and technocrat, he was a visionary interpreter of the Bible, meaning a cult leader. Dr. Schuchard asserts that he was also an active career Jacobite spy on behalf of the Swedish government. He was also a Freemason and used secret Masonic networks to relay intelligence back to Sweden and to undertake secret missions. She stressed that he was a proponent of Jewish Kabbalah and was involved in the development of ecstatic visionary techniques. These interests are also linked to his early scientific studies, his claims of telepathy, mind reading, blah, blah, blah. But he was an intelligence operative. There you go. I forgot about that. The scope of the study is 22 chapters, including his entire adult life, the political study of Sweden's Age of Liberty from 1719 to 1772, and King Charles XII's succession to the throne in 1697, facing the Triple Alliance of Denmark, Poland, and Russia, against which he led a victorious Swedish army, subduing the Russians and installing a monarch that was friendly to them called Stanislaus. Again, who the hell knows anything about Swedish history? I don't know much about that. We did cover some of that in my German classes when I was taking German in college, but I've forgotten all that. So this is fascinating because I remembered I have this PDF. I need to pull it out because if I recall, when that guy sent me this PDF like 10 years ago, he was arguing that the book also claimed, this is what he claimed. This is my memory from 10 years ago. He says that the book claims that he was that they were also into PDF stuff, which would not surprise me. Jay, have you watched Eric Andre and Stavros Halkias on Cumtown Podcast? They're hilarious. $10 from Jaylon. No, I've only heard clips of that podcast over the years. I mean, some of the clips I've heard are funny, but I've not seen them on there, no. Tip zone, $5. Jay, the other day you were talking about alternate realities. You mentioned the Matrix or the idea that perhaps you were in a coma. You forgot to mention the Rip Van Winkle option. You wandered into the Smoky Mountains. You got drunk with gnomes. You fell asleep, and it was a decade later. Well, that wouldn't work, though, because I remember the last 10 years. So we need something that can explain the reality as a cosmic horror in some way being not real. Sea Fresh, $3. Jay, I'm donating to your Invisalign fund to get your bottom tooth fixed. I think this adds flavor to me. This makes me kind of unique and sexy. So, and I hate going to the dentist, so I don't think I'm gonna get that. It's just a weird tooth that didn't come all the way in. So it's just misplaced. He's chilling in the back. Like he's like you got the varsity players and then he's the B team in the back. Okay, we covered that one. Orb Maxer, $10. You need to do a new Toby Keith Cringecore song. Will it drop? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. We had some migrant lawn care people that ran over the internet line earlier today. So what if Toby Keith sang a song about Cholo lawn care, right? That could be funny. Caddy Patties, do a show with Ben Avery, please. I know he used to be Tim Dillon's dude, and I think he followed me on X, but I'm not really familiar with his material. Does he just do comedy podcasts? Or I think we saw a clip of him a few months ago. Wasn't he talking about Gnostic stuff? Is he a Gnostic dude? Kelly says for $20. No, we did that. Potato peeler, $5. How come your sunglasses are at an angle? Because when it rests all the way on my ears, it pinches my nose and it gets on my nerves. So when I do it like that, it doesn't pinch my nose. You guys are really interested in the details, dude. It's like y'all over here picking apart every little detail, dude. It's like pay attention to the material. Just know that I'm pretty and pay attention to the material. Don't pick apart my face. It's just pretty. Just don't worry about it. Slump Homunculus. I saw Disclosure Day. I was the only person under 60 in the theater. It's boomer stuff, dude. Geriatric boomers started crying when they were torturing the alien. We were laughing. That part was so stupid. I can't imagine that actually pulling on your heartstrings when that freaking fake ass AI alien was getting, not AI, CGI alien. It looked like 1998 CGI was getting tortured. It was so stupid. Ryan Kelly says for $5, I sent you 0.00001 Bitcoin for the innuendo whisperer. 0.0011 Bitcoin. Let's see, what does that come? By the way, there was a dude who said if I shouted him out, he would send me a ton of Ethereum. Okay. It's going to get converted to BTC, but yeah, I'll shout you out if you're going to send me a bunch of Ethereum. Who was that dude? Can I find that clip? Let's see, who was that? It was a comment on this video, maybe?
Yeah.
I think. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Shit. How am I gonna find his comment now? Okay, this is my shout out to you. I don't recall your handle, but you were here saying that if I shouted you out, you would send Ethereum. I gave you the I gave you the Ethereum address. So shout out to you, person. And let's see, what does 0.00001 BTC come to? Let's see. Did you really send it? We're gonna find out. This little light of mine. I don't see it in here, so I'm not sure that you must be joking, dude. Let's see if we can get it to update. You ain't send no Bitcoin, dude. What you talking about? Dude lying, trolling. Try again, dude. Unless you send it to a different wallet or something. Man, this Coinbase app sucks, dude. It's the worst. Yeah, I don't see no Bitcoin donation, dude. You must be joking. Trying to get me to look it up. Oh, wait, maybe you meant the $5 was the equivalent of 0.00001 BTC. I guess that's what you meant. But by the way, if you do want to support me, guys, by Bitcoin, this is my wallet address. You can send your one or multiple or less Bitcoins there. Southern Pecan, $20. Jay, be honest. Is you a boss bitch or a bitch boss? There is a difference. That is from Parks and Rec. Yeah, I'm a boss bitch. Grote, $5. Do you know good sources of the practices of the ancient Greek cults, Pan and Dionysius? Jamie would, because she's actually been reading a bunch of books on that. So when we do our next stream together, which will be after the large podcast I'm about to go on, so we are going to be doing a Eyes Wide Shut, Ninth Gate revisit, and we're going to be talking about the ancient mystery religions, the goddess cults, and we will ask Jamie what's the great text for that. I want to do more research on them. I have a hunch that furry culture is an expression of such cults. That's probably true. Anonymous. The church, Catholics claim to be the one true church. Protestants say, Mormons and Catholics say this against Orthodox. Yeah, but so what? Like, I don't understand why people think this is I'm not trying to be mean to you, but like people think this is an argument. They're like, well, the other group claims to be the one true church, so therefore nobody's the one. That's a fallacy. That'd be like saying that because there's people that don't think 2 + 2 is 4, we don't know if 2 + 2 is 4. Like it literally has nothing to do with whether or not the Orthodox Church is the one true church. George Patton, $5. Can you play Reverend Franzia fighting mermaids? Reverend Franzia, I don't know what that is. Beegers, $5. I used to go to Calvary Chapel. My former pastor would go to Israel every month. Yeah, it's a mouthpiece. NRE, $10, says silence. Cordial Competence, $5. I'm not sure if you found the Priest Soul Swap movie, but there is a movie. It's a Spanish film. It's called No Do from 2000. It could have been a Spanish film, not Polish. It's called Haunting and Beckoning. Let me see if that's it. People are still trying to find this this long lost movie that I couldn't find. It's called, what was it? No, Haunting and Beckoning. Haunting and Beckoning. This little light of mine. I can't even type, dude. So it doesn't even, there's not even a trailer for this. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Nothing comes up, man. Angel Mihail, $10. Do you recommend any interlinear Bible? I mean, I have some of those, but they're all like Protestant Bibles. So I would just get an Orthodox study Bible. I would rather have one of those than a digital one. I don't know if there's a Protestant interlinear that I would recommend. JML, $20. There's a Catholic church in Portland, Oregon called Grotto. The Grotto's website tells you that you can receive an indulgence for attending services. It's unbelievable that indulgences are a modern thing. Well, it's weird because the Roman Catholic Church doesn't really focus on that a lot, but it's just the remission of the temporal punishment for a sin. So, I think it's goofy, but a lot of people think that an indulgence is like permission to sin, but it's just remitting the temporal punishment in the Roman Catholic system, which I'm not affirming the Roman Catholic system. I'm just saying that that's what it is. But, amongst Roman Catholics, there's all manner of indulgences. Like, I remember when I was a tried cat, like if you would pray one of the prayers after Mass, after the Latin Mass, there's an indulgence. So, it's in the traditional Catholic world, it's pretty prominent, but a lot of modern Novus Ordo people don't really care about it. So it's weird that it would still be on the website or whatever. Jake Bay, $10. Knowing the world is run by scammers and con artists from top to bottom, the way we know it makes seem like we're living in a Twilight Zone episode when we talk to normal people. Yeah. Friends, family, authority figures, fake Christians, keyboard warriors. Thank you for being a BIPOC queen. Well, thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. Ryan says, what's good with the possum chiropractor woman? Was she single? Well, she was about 70 in 1990. So I'm sure it's very likely that she's single if she's still alive because she's outlived her possum husband. Bingo Foxtrot, $20. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Ortho Sister, $5. I took melatonin and I fell asleep when Tucker was listening to The Exorcist. I said the Jesus prayer. Oh wait, we're back into yesterday's super chat. Mark says for $5, my friend made a large language model, and it has no texts that are after 1931. There's no code, no TV, no cable, no boomers. It's called talkie-lm.com. Interesting. What does it do? It just talks to you like a 1920s radio announcer. This is the advice that I would give to you. In order to live a good life, you need to invest in the stock market. Washington is amassed today with news of war. What does a 1931 large language model even say? Canonical beard. Put $10 on red when you attend Mass at the Boomer Casino. No comment needed. I want Jay on record. I think that he's either going on Theo Vaughn or Tucker. I'm not going to say what I'm going on. It's Bible Girls podcast. It's Girls Gone Bible. I'm going on Nala Ray's podcast, dude. Ha 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 ha. I'm just messing with you. Or am I? You'll never know. Making sure I got all these. I think I did. Vasuvok says for $5, God bless you from Montenegro. I think you're the first Montenegro chat that I know of. So shout out to my mountain Negroes. Is that what that means? That's what that means, right? Y'all black people from the mountains. Is that what that means? I'm just asking. Is that what that means? All right, guys, thank you so much. We had a lot of fun tonight. We didn't get to everything, but that's okay. It's more fun. It's more important to have fun than to get to every boring KGB archive. But we're going to work through all the KGB archives as well. Otherwise, remember to head over to chalk.com. Use promo code J60Life. That's JAY60LFE to get 60% off all those great products. The link is in the show description. Grootmeister says, did you watch the movie Burning Hell in 1974? It's a private film evangelists made to scare their congregation. It ended up leaking. Oh no, this sounds awesome. The Burning Hell. Evangelists made it? Is it a movie? Let me read this again. It's a private film that evangelists made to scare the church. What? Oh, can you react to it? That would be awesome if you could live riff it. Is it like non-copyright? You know what sucks is like, so 3 times now we've done riff tracks, Mystery Science Theater style riffing, and every time obviously I've chosen non-copyrighted movies, right? But then 2 or 3 years later, the algorithm will ding it and they'll pull it down. So when I did Cybertracker, and I did Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space, and we did one other Rotor. So we've riffed on 3 movies, and eventually the algorithm pulls it down, which sucks because it seems like these out-of-date, non-copyright movies, they shouldn't automatically get copyrighted. Something seems off about that.
Myself.
Oh, this looks awesome. This is like pure Mystery Science Theater level stuff. So it looks like this channel watched the whole thing. Let's see if they were able to do it.
How that Christ.
There's kind of a classic thing, kind of classic Easter candy, but
That God speaks through.
God.
I say if you're going to do something, do it now.
Do it.
You know what? I have to say, all the people that try to do riffing, they're awful, dude. I mean, I would like to be positive and say that there's other riffers out there that are as good as like riff tracks, but I think we're pretty good when we do it. We're not at riff tracks level because that's 3 people and then like a team of writers. With me, it's just me. But I have to say, I think we're pretty good. But when you find these other channels of people trying to do it, they're awful, dude. They're not ever funny. Ever.
You were invited into that home. What are you...
I'm sorry, we were touching him.
Oh, yeah. To me, this is the most fun thing ever to do. To riff these kinds of old VHS found footage B movies. That's like the best, funnest time ever. It doesn't... The audience, you guys like it some, but not as much as I do. But man, when these other nerdy dudes do it, it's torture, dude. Watch what let's see if these dudes are able to make us laugh at all. Let's give it a chance.
The text for today is Matthew 10:28, where Jesus said, "And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell." Jesus declared hell to be an awful place.
I feel like I'm at Steven Anderson's church. Is this something Steven Anderson produced?
My desire today in preaching to you on hell is to help you to consider it the same way and to turn from the road to hell to the road to heaven. Jesus did not make hell for humans. He made it for the devil and his angels. Yet the Bible declares there are more people going to hell than there are to heaven.
In Matthew 7:13 and 14, Jesus said, "Enter ye in at
Are these dudes even going to react to it, or are they just going to sit there?
the straight gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth to life, and few there be that find it."
I think we could have a lot of fun watching this. You guys want to watch this with actual fun commentary, not quiet dork commentary?
Statistics prove that 6,000 people die every hour. That means that half that number go to hell. That means that every hour over
biker guy.
Soul being.
Excuse me
Can the nerds make us laugh? Let's give them a chance.
for a moment, please.
Oh man.
Ken's gone, preacher. We were.
It's Voice of Reason, dude. What's Voice of Reason doing? Hey, bro. I'm just trying to check out some of the chicks, but it looks like you got a lot. It looks like you got a lot of boomers in your church. Maybe you could get some younger girls in here or something.
On a gravel road, he went over hill and he lost control. Preacher, he's dead.
Oh, dude, he's doing the fake sniffs like Roots of Orthodoxy. Look, his fake sniffing.
To bring conviction and repentance to the sinner. Here, Mark 16. Excuse me for a moment, please.
Biker guy.
Soul being saved is more
What
important.
you have just witnessed is an example of what I've been talking.
All right, these guys are not funny. But this does look fun. Is it a 14-minute movie or a 2-hour movie? How did they get 2 hours out of this? Here's another nerd trying to be funny.
Watched The Burning Hell, which is primarily just a preacher giving a sermon about hell, but it also features dramatizations of what hell would be like.
Your voice is hell, dude. Listening to you talk is hell enough. Here's a 57-minute version. Good grief, how much? What is it? Oh, that's the Spanish version. Good grief, dude. Is this the full version? Okay, here we go. Here's the full version. Yes, this looks awesome. We're definitely going to do that. There's nothing worse than when the Reddit people try to be funny because they're not funny. They're the worst, dude. That's awesome, Goatmeister or Groatmeister. Thank you. This is a perfect recommendation. You guys want more riffing? That kind of stuff? That's the most fun. We could watch old Mormon videos, old Mormon instructional videos, how to be a space wife. Yeah, we'll definitely put this on the to-do. Canonical Beard says, no, we did that one. All right, making sure I got everything. All right, thank you guys so much. We're going to have a lot of fun. Next time we'll do the Metrokin archive. We'll get into the KGB, CIA, Uni-8 circles, and Stalin's attempt to control and run the church. Otherwise, everybody have a